Hello, everyone. First of all, welcome back. Glad to have you once again joining in with us. We hope that you enjoyed your evening, your day, as well as your evening. Um, we're now coming to actually get into Robert's Rules of Order. Last night was an introductory, and it was pretty much a refresher, a reminder as to why it's important for us to do what it is that we're doing. I had covered some things that I talked about before, but for the sake of those who either had not seen those things or heard those things, I wanted to actually go over it briefly to allow everybody to completely understand the importance of the General Assembly that's coming up, as well as the importance of understanding what the people attending the General Assembly need to understand. Robert's Rules of Order is the format that utilizes the methods of running a formal meeting. With that in mind, um, just to give you again an understanding, we're going to be getting into six the six most important but basic things of Robert's Rules of Order tonight. And as we do so, let me touch on this before we get into that. You may recall that I covered last night this. Around April 1962, Mr. McCullough updated the Constitution. Now, if you look here, it says it needed to be consistent according to advice that was given by a U.S. court. um, wait a minute, wrong one. Don't need to read that one first. I meant to read this one first. Okay. This one. Okay. April 7th and the 8th, 1962, it says, under the guidance of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, you see it. Now, it says, that Mr. McCullough was advised by a United States District Court to update after reviewing the Constitution of the House of Prayer. Now, 1962. That letter was 2008. Now we're going to jump back. Now we're going to read this other one. Around April 1962, Mr. McCullough updated the Constitution and bylaws to meet the standards of that time. His review and update was consistent with the advice given him from the U.S. court that the Constitution and bylaws be reviewed from time to time. Now, that was in 2009. A reference was made back to 1962. While we look at this paperwork, the members of this and many other organizations have no idea what they're looking at unless someone pointed out to them. What I'm showing you in these two letters is the same thing that I'm going to show you in the Constitution. First of all, the letters say that the bishop of the United House of Prayer for all people was advised by a United States District Court to review and update our Constitution. Under the advisement of the United States District Court, Mr. McCullough reviewed and updated the Constitution. Okay. After he did it, almost 50 years later, another bishop said, according to the advisement of the United States District Court, we need to, from time to time, review and update the Constitution. Okay. Well, here's the problem. I'm going to go back to remind you all that we've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we have 5 bishops. But look at what it says. The last bishop, it says, look at the underlined portion. Mr. A.D. Cunningham shall hold the office for the period of his natural life. The General Assembly and the congregations of this organization shall have no power whatsoever to interfere with his visions, rights, or powers in building and making growth in the said organization. Now, look at this last part. We shall have no power to judge him. And look at the last line. He is only to be judged by the Almighty God. Only to be judged by the Almighty God. Okay. If each bishop was only to be judged by the Almighty God, and no one has any power over them, then where does the United States court, a district court in the District of Columbia, where do they get off telling the bishops of the House of Prayer what they need to do? And why, when the United States District Court tell the bishop what to do, why didn't the bishop say, no, I don't think we're going to do that? Why is it that they complied? Why is it that they did it? Why is it that another bishop did the same thing the first one did? Why is it the one after him did the same thing that he did, who got that advisement from the district court? When you look in the Constitution, under church assets, Article 15, church and or organization assets, it says, look at section 2. Prior to a dissolution of this organization, all of the assets will be distributed for exempt purposes in accordance with Section 26 U.S. Code 501c3 of the regulations of the Internal Revenue Code. This section shall not be amended or altered and shall not be subject to the provisions of Article we have here 14 dealing with amendments. Why do we have a law in the Constitution concerning a dissolution of the organization? How is it that we have people that are not members of the organization telling our bishops, in the event that anything happens in this illusion, these are the things that you will do, not should do. This is what you will do. And not only will you do these things, but this section of your Constitution had better not be altered and it better not be amended. How is it that our bishops are being told what they better and what they better not do to the Constitution? Let me show you. You now have the U.S. District Court advising bishops to review and update your constitutions. But the question is, what business is it of theirs, right? If the bishop is only judged by the Almighty, if the bishop can't be questioned by anybody, if the bishop has all authority and all power, nobody can judge him or tell him what to do, because the Constitution says he is our general head on earth. And for those who didn't see it, but the third line from the bottom, right? We have shown no powers to condemn him, as he is our high power and our general head on earth. And we shall have no power to judge him. Our general head on earth, the entire earth. And they can only be judged by the Almighty. They can't be condemned by anyone. They can't be questioned by anyone. Nobody has the power or the authority to tell a bishop of the United House of Prayer for All People what to do, according to what we just read. The problem is, well, again, when you go back to the Article 15 under Church and Assets, there's a section that talks about the regulations. Section 2, the regulations of the Internal Revenue Code. That means the IRS is one agency that has rules and statutes, and they get to tell the bishops of the House of Prayer what they had better do and what they better not do. And those rules and regulations tell them in here that you are to put this in that Constitution and you better not touch it. You better not amend it. You better not change it. It's to sit there for everyone and all to see. So if one part of the Constitution says that the bishops are our general head on earth and they can't be questioned, they can only be judged by the Almighty, well then, why does the Internal Revenue Code get to tell them to put that in here and you can't touch it? There's another point. When we get here, the distinction between free will and love offerings and tax-exempt charitable contributions. Why is it that we see in the Are You Aware this right here? Why is there anything about IRS law written in this book? Why is it that the House of Prayer is talking about IRS laws? If the bishop is our general head on earth, why is it that they get to tell him what to do and what not to do in the organization? And why is it that when they tell him, he listens? Why is it that you have to have any paperwork to show a distinction between money that came out of your pocket or money that you received through selling of food or selling of tickets? And that money, we have rules that tell us, you see what it says here? Receipts for tax-exempt contributions. Why is it that rules are put in here? Oh yeah. This is 2025 by Mr. A.D. Cunningham. He's in the book. He's the one in this book, right? Mr. Cunningham. And why is it that even he is doing what the IRS says? You know why? Because Mr. Cunningham knows that the bishop of the house of prayer is only the general head on earth for whoever believes it. That's the religious side. All the people over here who believe that he is your general head on earth, y'all stay right there. Because over on the business side, Mr. IRS, Mr. and Mrs. IRS, and the district court, the United States District Court, they're on the business side. And one thing is for certain, two things are for sure. They don't care that the people over here believe that Mr. Cunningham is the general head on earth. You see, these people over here, they will show all the people over here that he might be your general head on earth. But on this side, that bishop knows you better not bring that nonsense over here. You come over here, you better walk to the beat of our drum. We will not walk to the beat of your drum. You can tell them all day long that you are their general head on earth. You can tell them all day long that nobody can ask you anything. You can tell them all day long that nobody gets to condemn you. You can tell them all day long that nobody gets to judge you. But while you're telling them that, you better not bring that nonsense over here, because we are not under their religious beliefs. So we're not going to touch your religion. But when you go into the business side, whenever you're dealing with the United States District Court or the IRS or any other regulating agency, we will hold you to the letter of the law. Therefore, whatever you telling them over there, those things had better be in line with the laws that we tell you. And that's why, even in this book, there's things listed in here that the members don't understand. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the religious side. It has everything to do with the business side. So when you see Article 15 talking about a dissolution and the Internal Revenue Code has a law that says what's going to happen if anything happens to that organization, we're going to tell you what's going to happen. And it's in here. That's because the business side has people way more powerful with a whole lot more authority and a bigger voice than Mr. Cunningham has over here. Over here, Mr. Cunningham can say anything he wants to the people who believe it. Over here, he can pretend to be the general head on earth, the entire earth. But the business side, they live in the real world. And the people in the business side, They say, Mr. Lewis, the whole time you over there, you can play church all you want. You can put Mr. Cunningham in Moses' seat all you want. Heck, we don't even care if y'all do feel that when you see him, you see Jesus. When you hear him, you hear Jesus. When you follow him, you follow Jesus. We don't care over here if y'all believe that. Over here, we know for a fact that it's not true. But if y'all want to keep that there, okay, but you keep it over there. Mr. Cunningham, he knows when you cross the line and come over here, we don't play those games. On the business side, we're not playing church. On the business side, we're serious folk over here. And we have business to take care of over here. And that's why it's called the business side. You have a business, and your business called the United House of Prayer for All People, even though it is a nonprofit, it is still a business. And therefore, we tell you on this side how you better run that business. And if you're going to have meetings, we're going to tell you what to do in those meetings and what not to do in those meetings. That's what we have regulating agencies for. We're not going to interfere in your religious beliefs because we have laws about that. But you better make sure, even if you want to play God on earth, you better make sure that the rules to your little game on that side, those rules comply with the laws that we set in the real world. And if the people over there cross over here and tell us that you have not been playing the game according to our rules, then we're going to come in and show everybody over there that you are not our general head on earth, and we're going to show them that you're not even theirs. That is what Mr. Cunningham and every bishop of the House of Prayer knew when they kept amending these rules in the Constitution. And that's why they never touch Article 15, Section 2. Now, I said before, our members do not know what they're looking at. So, when I showed you this yesterday, we have a heading here, and you see a program here, and you see the top of the program. And the top of the program says presiding, and then you see senior minister. Then you see and. Then you see acting. Then you see chief executive officer. But he's not the chief executive officer. He's acting, even though he is the senior minister. So now, what do we see take place? After the election, then we see a change. After the election, and the change we see is here. Presiding, Bishop, that's for the religious side. But the business side don't want to see nothing about no bishop. That's why you see the word and. When you look at that word and, um, here, 1 second. Okay, here. When you see that word and, it's telling you that this is another title. It's telling you that that should be somebody else. But here it says Chief Executive Officer. Well, when you see and, it's telling you that Bishop is serving on the religious side and he's serving on the business side as Chief Executive Officer. So when you come to the business side, we don't want to see nothing about the religious side. So the bishop does not come to the business side. The business side deals with the CEO. The CEO does not handle the religious side. So that you all understand that the bishop and CEO are two different things. The business side don't want nothing at all to hear or see about your religious beliefs. You keep all that over there. Y'all play church over there. Y'all let the man act like he want to be the almighty on earth. Y'all do all that over there. But when you cross over here, we're not going to look at Mr. Cunningham as if he's almighty. We're not going to look at him as if seeing him, he's Jesus. We're not going to look at him as if hearing him, he's Jesus or he's God on earth. Out there, they're not going to look at him that way. They're not going to treat him that way. They're going to treat him just like every other ordinary citizen of these United States who better abide by the laws that we set on this business side. Now, that's why when y'all see and hear the distinction between free will and offerings and holiday gifts and tax-exempt charitable contributions, that's because over here they say you better make sure that those people know how to separate when you report those monies to us. That's why you see that. Because on the business side, we're going to tell you how to follow our rules. Because IRS, the United States Court, they don't care about you playing church. They don't care about you playing God. Over here, we're going to treat you just like you know you need to be treated as a U.S. citizen. And on this side, Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Bailey, Mr. Madison, Mr. McCullough, and Mr. Grace, they never, ever went to court telling a judge that they need to respect them as if he's God on earth. None of these bishops ever told outside that they are the reincarnated Messiah. They understand you don't come outside on the business side with that nonsense. You keep that behind closed doors. Now, how do we know that? Because the bishops showed us in the book. The bishop said, whenever y'all write a check in the house of prayer, anytime you're going to write a check, it is to be payable as follows. You make your check out to these names. Matter of fact, look at this. Let me turn this around. Look at what this says. Y'all see that? Number 8. Do not, in bold, underline. Do not make checks payable to Daddy Cunningham or Saint Lady or First Lady. Don't even put the word saint on any of those checks. If you do, what happens? One second. Look at what it says. Saint should not be used on checks or legal documents. Why? Because legal documents, they are for the business side. Downtown is not going to call you no saint. Downtown is not going to call you sweet, 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 sweeter than sweet. No judge is going to call you precious. And you best believe all the stuff that you do on that side, you ain't bringing it over here. You go downtown as the bishop of the United House of Prayer for All People, and when they step inside that courtroom, not one person in there will ever look at the bishop and call him your honor supreme. Because the bishops of the United House of Prayer for All People, they understand the law of the land will get them straight, just like that. They understand that you want to play church, you keep that over there. That's why they put in the Are You Aware? Members, when y'all write a check, don't put sweet, sweet, sweet on that check. Don't put saint on that check. Don't put man of God on that check. Don't put holy anointed manservant on that check, because checks are financial instruments that are used in the business world, and those codes have been written also by portions of the Department of Commerce. You keep all those titles over there in your religion. You can be daddy, you can be sweet, you can be precious, you can be your honor supreme, you can be God, you can be Jesus. But you better not bring any of that nonsense on this side. So the bishops make sure that they continue keeping the House of Prayer members deceived and blind and ignorant to what they're doing by simply making a rule: when you write a check, don't put titles on them, because unfortunately, if the non-members of the House of Prayer see it, they're not going to understand who I am. That's a lie. That's not why they put on here to not use titles. They put on here not to use titles because they know downtown they do not respect you as no general head on earth. So, since they know the difference between bishop and CEO, that's why it's titled that way. Bishop and. Because the bishop does not preside over a general assembly. The bishop is on the religious side. The General Assembly, that's on the business side. So the bishop cannot reside or preside over the General Assembly. Now, some CEOs might serve as a president of the board of directors. But in a nonprofit, you're not going to find too many nonprofits that play that game because they don't take the chance of a CEO sitting in the seat over a board of directors that might get big headed and start doing whatever they want to do. You don't typically see that. So the General Assembly in the house of prayer that the bishop presides over also has become a circus. And this is the importance of all of our members understanding that we need to have these videos to teach the members of the organization what your authority is, to teach the members of this organization what your role is. And so I want to thank at this time Mr. Murray for telling the organization, you better know your role. Because if you don't know your role, then the lies that's been told to us for over 100 years, the manipulation that has had us blind for over 100 years, the deceptions that kept us giving and giving and giving money for over 100 years, all of the secrets that's been hidden behind closed doors about who these men are and some women at the top, that's kept the people doing anything and everything they say, even if it's unlawful or has to do with your person, doing whatever they say. Because people did not know their role according to the laws of the land. On this side, people have tricked, people have hoodwinked, people have intentionally defrauded people over here so that they could take advantage of them to get these people to do anything and everything they wanted. And that's why in here we have checks where you're being told not only who to write the check out to, but you're also being told where to mail it. Now, I want y'all to understand something. This is the most important reason why these general assemblies are supposed to be for the members to come and take care of business. Look at this, mailing instructions. When it comes to house tithes, it goes to Charlotte, North Carolina. Look at the P.O. box number. When it comes to personal tithes, it goes to Charlotte. Why is the P.O. box number different? Because I'm certain that somebody else is picking that money up. And the members don't have a clue what's going on here. Look at my notes. 2023 changes. Because in the Are You Aware of 2023, the personal tithes were sent to Portal Drive and they went directly to Mr. Bailey. But But I started telling people about tithes going to bishops. Mr. Cunningham, he changed it so that you would not see personal tithes any longer going to a bishop. So even though here, personal tithes, in fact, I keep telling you, I'm approve things that I say. 1 second. Right here. House tithes. P.O. Box, Charlotte, North Carolina. Now, what do y'all see? See the P.O. Box? 602534. That is the same as this one for house tithes. But now, personal house tithes. Look at that. Personal gifts, and personal tithes from individuals. They go to Bishop C.M. Bailey. Now, who do you see gets personal gifts? Bishop C.M. Bailey. Well, why is it that he is getting both personal gifts and personal tithes? Why do they go from individuals? Why do they go to him? I've been telling you all your tithes is going to these bishops. Even house tithes, still money coming out of your pocket, but when it's reported through the house, it gets routed to Charlotte. Now, I don't know how the money's being dispersed or broken up and divvied up, divided, but we do know that all tithes goes to bishops, and maybe when it comes to Miss Madison, they have a hand in dividing it and sending it to a few other people. Because remember, house tithes go to P.O. Box in Charlotte. But now, even though you see personal tithes from individuals going to Mr. Bailey, now Mr. Cunningham, he fixed it. Look at this. Personal tithes go to Charlotte, and they can divide it up later and give it to who they want. And look, personal gifts now go to Mr. Cunningham. You see the dollar sign. We're going to show you about that in a moment. Well, let me just tell you now. Anything that has money involved that is going to be mailed to DC is going to go to Portal Drive. If it's not going to Portal Drive, it's going to go to Charlotte. If it goes to DC, but there's no money involved, then it goes to two other addresses. in Washington. Pay attention carefully. Here, personal gifts, Mr. Cunningham. McCullough Scholarship College Fund. If it's not the bishop's money, it goes to Portal Drive, 1665, but it goes to Jacqueline Plenty. Here, Scholastic Achievement Awards program. If it's not the bishop's money, it goes to Portal Drive, but that money goes to Mr. McGahee. Here, convocation reports. That goes to Portal Drive, but that goes to Mr. Cunningham. Reunions, state rallies, Grace Aid, elders, dues, and fines. Remember I told you this is all an income stream? That goes to Charlotte, 602-305. Do you see a post office box with that number? Nope, it's a separate post office box. Here, they go over here. You see the same as continued from the list before, 602-305. But here, magazine testimonies got nothing to do with money, and I go to DC, but it goes to 628 M Street. Diane handles the testimonies where they're going to edit it to make sure that every testimony probably in the magazines has something to say about the bishops. Those testimonies get edited by staff and they change people's testimonies. Here, national rents outside of DC area. Go to Charlotte, a different P.O. box. Here, rents from DC area, apartments and houses, they go to Charlotte and another different apartment, P.O. box. And look here, Paradise Gardens, Canyonland, other properties, they go to Charlotte, but even a different P.O. box. And when you look at the church financial forms, well, that don't have anything to do with money. So it goes to DC, but at even a different address, Verlin Fall. And then we have bus reports. If it's not the bishop's money, it goes to Portal Drive, but now you have Mr. Thompson handles that money. And the products, but it's not the bishop's money. Still go to Portal Drive, but that's under Mr. Thomas. They handle that. Bus fares, not the bishop's money, goes to Portal Drive, but Brenda Hall gets that. Now, what are we looking at? What I'm showing you is the business side of the House of Prayer. It's got a whole lot going on that the members don't know nothing about. They set that up. So all this money being collected, going to Charlotte in different P.O. boxes where somebody has access to that P.O. box. They know what to do with that money that the members know nothing about. And then money's going to Portal Drive. If it's the bishop's, it goes to the bishop. But if it's not his and it goes to Portal Drive, well, certain people have been set over certain money. So you are going to handle this money. You're going to handle this money. You're going to handle this money. and you're going to handle this money. But why is not one person like a bank teller just handling all the money and just filing it where it's supposed to go? These are questions that the members of the organization need to be asking in our business meeting that's called the General Assembly. That's what that meeting is for. The General Assembly is not for members to come from around the country and listen to a bishop just do a bunch of talking, making himself feel good, looking down on the people, and having the people adore him and love him and worship him. That's not what a General Assembly is for. The General Assembly is to handle all of the business, all of the affairs, all of the issues and the problems and the legal, whatever the case may be with technicalities of an organization, is for the General Assembly. But they've been keeping all of us like Gomer Pyle, Andy Griffith Show, a little slow. Everybody loved Gomer, but like people in town knew, you don't want Gomer handling your business affairs. That's how they kept us, the members of the organization, ignorant of what the business side says. They wanted us to stay under the umbrella of the religious side, believing that the man, the bishop sitting in the chair, presiding over the business meeting that is the board of directors for the United House of Prayer for All People, that is known as the General Assembly. They want them to stay on the religious side, believing that the man can't be judged, can't be questioned, can't be condemned, because he's our general head on earth and is only to be judged by God. They never wanted the members to know anything. And so we were jumping through the hoops and signing our checks, however you say, whatever you say, mailing it to wherever you want us to mail it, no questions asked. But what you're about to find out is the job of the General Assembly is to come forward and make sure that you ask all kinds of questions, because it's the General Assembly's job to know everything within the organization. And here's why, people. What you're going to learn by next week, maybe Wednesday, what we're going to cover from tonight into next week, what you're going to know without beyond a shadow of a doubt is that the members of the General Assembly are being held by the laws of the land. That's right. The members of the General Assembly are the people that Mr. IRS and the U.S. district courts and every regulating agency, they know they can't mess with the religious side. You want to know who else knows that? The bishops. They know that they can't come in and mess with the religious side. That's why they set up regulations to regulate your nonprofit and to tell the bishops, these are the things that we say you must do. Bishop says, no problem. Yes, sir, we'll do it. We got it. No problem. No problem at all. Then they go back to their office. And the bishop says, we don't have to do that because the members don't know. Oh, yeah, right. They don't have a clue. We can set everything up ourselves and run it while making the members believe that they're doing everything they're supposed to be doing, but we don't really have to tell them. Oh, right. And as long as they don't know, they don't know. Well, what about outside? Outside won't know that we're not telling the members inside. We'll deal with them with all the paperwork out there. We'll do everything we got to do. We can put names on the figures and the forms and have all of that stuff signed because they're going to think, because it looks like on paper, that we're doing everything that they say we're supposed to be doing in this side of the religion. But within the religious side, the members don't know. And that's why you got stuff written like this in here to make sure that the members learn how to write their checks properly, how to file paperwork and show money coming out of your pocket and money that did not come out of your pocket, and make sure that it shows a separation, and then give it to your secretary, and your secretary is going to get with the pastor, and the pastor is going to send it to Washington, and we're going to take care of the rest while filing other paperwork. And even if I make a deal with my friend over here, Mr. Murray, and give him half of the organization on paper, in case anything happens, the local government and municipalities, they'll know that we benefit from anything and everything in the organization, but nobody's got to know. Oh, right. And we can go around and file all this other paperwork to where even inside, others on the staff don't have to know. And then they don't have to know in that state. They don't have to know in that state. They don't have to know in that state. And in each state, since they're not working together, they're independent of one another, we can file whatever we want because they're not going to cross-reference. Oh, look at you. Okay. See, it's going to work. And the member's not going to know a thing. People, what I'm telling you is that's exactly what's been going on, according to my opinion. That's what it looks like. Now, I'll be the first to say, I could be wrong, but that's what all this paperwork is looking like. Now, even if I'm wrong, my question is, why, oh why, when we come together and we have these meetings, why is it that the members are not the ones putting these men in these positions? Why is it that Mr. Cunningham keeps getting elected over and over and over and over and over and over and over again by the general counsel? Why is it that the same ones keep being put in positions over and over and over and over and over again by the same handful of men? Why is it that the men who's making all these decisions and putting people in positions over the religious side of the organization, aka also known as the church, the believers, why do they keep putting all these people in that the members have nothing to do with? And why is it that the order of business does not really call for any business? And by the time it's done doing what they want, they have a benediction and the whole thing is over. But every year, the members of the organization are not really handling any business, to where the bishop is just talking about a bunch of nonsense. The General Assembly secretary making it look like he's really handling business. And by the time they're done doing what they need to do, then they wrap things up while the bishop, acting like a CEO, unlawfully over the General Assembly as the board meeting, he asks the General Assembly secretary, "Well, Mr. Secretary, is there anything else?" "No, sir, there's nothing else." "All right. Well, if that's all, I'd like to say that I've been pleased to this and to that and to that and to this." But none of the members were included in any of the procedures. It's unlawful. So they've been doing all these things and getting away with it. So here's your thing. Robert created a list of rules that tells people when you're going to attend a formal meeting, how that meeting should be run. And Robert's rules were so successful that that book has now been adopted by companies and corporations and businesses and nonprofits. Models around the world are now practicing and utilizing the information inside of his book. Now, with that in mind, the knowledge of those rules will allow our members to walk into our meetings head held high, shoulders back, chest out. Game face on. Because now we know y'all been taking advantage of us for over 100 years. All of our ancestors, all of these families, all over the country, under every single bishop, and it began with the first. The Constitution and bylaws of the United House of Prayer, I'll let you see it, was primarily written by Bishop C.M. Grace. For Mr. Grace. He didn't write it for the people. He didn't write it for the organization. He wrote that first Constitution to protect himself. And this is why we see Article 6, under bishops, the very first one, the chief executive officer, CEO, and spiritual advisor. See what he did there? He made himself the CEO first and spiritual advisor, bishop. Put himself as the head of the business and the head of the religious practices. And not only did he do that, but it goes on to say, of the organization shall be designated as bishop. And the present bishop, Mr. Grace, being the founder of the organization, shall hold the office for the period of his natural life. He gave it to himself. He gave it to himself. It goes on to say, the General Assembly and the congregations of this organization shall have no power whatsoever to interfere with his visions, his rights, or power in building and making growth in the said organization. Neither shall they have power to judge or condemn him, as he is our high power and our general head on earth. We shall have no power to judge him. According to the words of the Apostle Paul, he is only to be judged by the Almighty God. He wrote that for himself. The people did not agree to that. The people did not agree to that. The people did not the people didn't agree to it. The people did not allow it. The people did not vote for it. Vote for it. With that in mind, every bishop followed suit. And now we have, even 2024, Mr. Cunningham did the exact same thing. And he did the same thing that Mr. Grace did. See, Mr. Grace made sure that nobody could remove him by saying, here we are. Okay. Mr. Grace made sure that no one could remove him. But see here, Article 7, regulations for bishops to be hereafter selected meant you can't do this to Mr. Grace, but you can do this to any other bishop afterwards. But Mr. Cunningham took it one step further. In Section 8, it gives the removal process. The bishop may be removed from office for incompetency and for violating the laws of the faith or of the Church of the New Testament. Now, under this rule right here, that means that Mr. Madison should have been removed from office. Why? Because Mr. Madison arrived at a point in his life where he became incompetent, not due to any fault of his own, but the condition of his health went in the direction of not allowing him to remember everything. So instead of individuals that were in positions to do what they should have done according to the law, that would have been for the best interest of the organization and its members, they did what was necessary to keep him there while they controlled everything around him and made the members look like, or made it look like to the members rather, that he's fine. But when the members saw one day, New Year's night, while Mr. Madison came, the members, they witnessed Mr. Madison saying that he was Mr. Grace. Now, anybody that had been there from the court of law or the laws of the land or regulating agency, they would have probably advised the organization to begin proceedings to remove him from his position. Not as a penalty, but for his own sake, so that he can rest and relax at home and finish out the rest of his days. Because of the extreme pressures and the burdens and the stresses of the works of the organization, it probably would have allowed people in that condition to live longer, to not be under such burdens and responsibilities. That's why if a president of the United States ever get to that condition, they're going to get him out of that office for his own health's sake. It's for his own good to relieve him of that responsibility. And that allows his health to increase. It allows him to rest. It allows him to let go so that he can live a happy remainder of his life. This law is for that reason. Now, with that in mind, because of his incompetence, people knew that he should have been removed. But the question is, why was he not removed? Not removing him allowed for other people to work around him. And a lot of things was done that was not by his hand. Now, when Mr. Cunningham saw this, Section 8 could remove the bishop, well, he took it a step further. And now Section 8 says, the regulations in Section 8 are for bishops hereafter selected who are not given a lifetime appointment as described in Article 6. And he moved it down to 8b. The bishop may be removed from office for incompetency, the systemic failure to issue righteous and just decisions in accordance with the rules and regulations of the faith. And it continues, and for violating the laws of the faith or of the Church of the New Testament. Now we know that Mr. Cunningham has failed to issue righteous and just decisions in accordance with the rules and regulations of the faith. And we know that Mr. Cunningham has violated many of the laws of the faith. And in so doing, he has kept himself in a position to where he's now demanding of the organization, y'all going to follow me. And we heard him say, you're going to follow me or you can leave, go out the door. As a result of the ultimatum, the members are now under this cloud that gives the impression that I'm here because I support Mr. Cunningham. And now you have General Counsel and the General Assembly Secretary saying the same thing. Get out. These are the reasons why Robert's Rules of Order exist. So that when you have people that have completely lost all sense of government, you have rules in place for the people to come together so that they can get business done. With Robert's Rules of Order, it says, these principles form the foundation of an efficient, fair, and organized meetings. They're designed to ensure that all voices are heard, that decisions are clear, and meetings do not degenerate into chaos. Right now, as it stands in this organization, we've had every single one of our General Assemblies pretty much hijacked. And it's been nothing at all but chaos. Nothing but confusion. No order whatsoever. Complete lawlessness and a failure to govern. We're now in this position to learn what we need to learn tonight, going into next week, so that the members will not have to endure any of the shenanigans of Mr. Cunningham demanding of the organization as a CEO who is hired and who can be fired from a nonprofit, demanding of the members that I'm going to stay here. I'm not the one to go. Anybody don't like it. Out of the thousands of members that may still be in the house of prayer, tens of thousands of you, I'm the only one who's going to be here until I die in my position. Everyone else, I don't care who you are, whether you're a councilman, whether you're a judge, whether you're a district chairman, whether you're a state chairman, whether you're a pastor, whether you're an elder, I don't care if you're a secretary, I don't care if you're office staff, I don't care if you're Miss Madison herself. I'm going to be here until he calls me home. Those are his exact words. I'm going to be here until he called me home. Everything else that I said, those things were implied. And the members now need to understand and know that this side has been waiting. But this side can't come in because this is religion being practiced. They have the right to play church. He has the right to act like he's a god. He can pretend to be anything he wants. But that's not to happen over here. Now, on the business side, they're saying, no matter what happens, we won't come in there unless and until people that's playing house and church with you, they need to let us know what you're in there doing. We are the nonprofit police. The nonprofit police will not show up at your home. They're not going to come driving down your block unless somebody gets on the phone and call 911 and tell that operator, that dispatcher, we need a police officer now. When that happens, then outside will ask, what is your emergency? And when you explain it, they will make the determination as to whether or not your emergency is valid for them to send someone to check it out. A squad car, maybe 3, maybe 5. But you have to call first. Since they're not inside, they can't come in to the General Assembly. So now for the last 3 General Assemblies, even though we've had people trying to bring this information forward before the members so that we can handle business in the General Assembly of seeing what it is that the bishop has been up to behind closed doors, and the General Assembly secretary, what have you been doing behind closed doors, and the General Council, what have y'all been doing behind closed doors, and pastors, what are y'all doing approving of this nonsense openly while not saying anything to question or fight and resist what they're doing behind closed doors? So now the members are the only ones at the bottom of the totem pole who's left still being taken advantage of because nobody, from the bishop to the General Assembly secretary and his staff and the entire General Council and all of the pastors and the entire organization and the staff around headquarters, along with Miss Dolores Madison, are all involved in taking advantage and manipulating and deceiving the members of the entire organization so that that one man can keep taking money, while others have access to the money in this organization that none of the members know anything about. And all this time, they've been doing all kinds of things while being privileged to not have one question asked of them. People, surely you can see the need of learning Robert's Rules of Order so that you can walk into that General Assembly and finally handle business. The first thing we need to know about Robert's Rules is that only one subject can be discussed at a time. Only one. This rule, that one thing at a time, is to be talked about in a meeting, not to cloud the floor with all this other stuff. One thing. When you discuss one thing at a time, it's also known as having only one main motion on the floor. By talking about one thing at a time, it pretty much prevents confusion and it keeps the entire assembly focused. One thing. When it comes to that one thing, there is to be given a detailed, fully detailed explanation so that the people can actually debate what that one subject is knowingly, so that they can understand everything about that particular subject. They can debate, they can amend, they can vote on at any given time in that meeting anything they choose in that one subject at a time. If someone moves and put some motion on the floor to take up 83 votes, so be it. That's what the assembly is for people to discuss, for people to talk, for people to explain, for people to disagree, and for people to debate your disagreements so that everybody can listen and see who has the more sensible response. Who shared information that's going to allow us to see that it's more beneficial for the organization to go with that person's ideas, or it's going to benefit the members more to go with that person's ideas. And no matter how many people disagree or agree, it's put to a vote to determine the majority of the people in that room. You're thinking, what is the best thing for the organization and for the people? What is the best thing for the organization and for the people? Not what is the best thing for the bishop. That's playing church. That's playing religion. The General Assembly is not about playing games. 2023, when I was last there, we did nothing whatsoever. And I had all kinds of business to introduce to the floor, as now you all know. But the reason why the members of the entire General Assembly, who came from everywhere around the country, got no business done is because it had been hijacked. The General Counsel sitting in the front to support the General Assembly Secretary and his assistant. Mr. Perry was the assistant, Mr. Cunningham was the secretary, and they're there to defend and protect Mr. Bailey, who's the bishop. And all of them was cooperating together to keep anything off the floor that's going to stop what they're doing. As a result, we got nothing done while everybody had to sit there and observe and watch. The General Counsel had time permitted and given to them. The General Counsel had time given to them, allowed by the bishop and the General Assembly Secretary. The General Assembly had to sit there and watch the General Counsel come onto the floor and sing a happy anniversary song to the bishop for his 15th year anniversary coming up. And that whole thing was led by Mr. A.D. Cunningham. I hope you all are understanding how this organization has been grooming men that they're going to put into positions to continue running this fiasco that they've been running in circles around the members of this organization while taking all this money and doing whatever they felt like doing with it. We had to sit there in a business meeting where the board of directors congregate to get to the bottom of things, while they sat there and sung an anniversary song to the CEO and then closed the meeting out. Can you all imagine how much they laughed at the members of the organization? Whew, we just dodged that bullet. Man, can you imagine if Lewis had gotten up on that floor? Can you imagine how many people would have felt if they heard what he had to say? If they learned anything that we did to that Constitution? If they found out that all this time the Constitution had been fixed by us and manipulated to the extent that we could take all this power from the members and distribute it amongst ourselves to now we control them and they can do nothing at all according to that false, illegitimate, illegal, and fake constitution. Can you imagine how the people would have responded? Man, you're right. Woo, we dodged a bullet. And ever since, Mr. Cunningham has done everything that he possibly could to keep me and my wife out. But he could only do it by convincing the members of the organization to take sides with him, to get you all to love him while the council sets him in front of you as the bishop so that all of them can continue what they've been doing behind closed doors. So the people who favor him are the ones who allow all of the schemes and the scandals and all the deceptions and the trickery and the manipulations. All of it continues by utilizing any member in here who puts their trust in him. This is low down and dirty. So the first thing with Robert's rules, one thing at a time. We're going to tell you all what to do first. But when we get there, normally they have a list. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. We're going to tell you what to do first. Look at my face. Don't worry about it. We're going to tell you what to do first. And as you learn Robert's rules, you're going to also learn that you don't have anything to worry about. You have nothing to be afraid of. You have nothing to intimidate you. And the more you learn about these rules, the more outside are going to become proud. And they're going to be rooting and cheering for the members of the organization that's finally beginning to wake up. They're going to be getting excited. Okay, hold on. What's going on here? What's happening? All right. Okay, Denzel. All right. Now, inside, the people waking up, coming into the General Assembly, saying, oh, now we know what to do. So you go prepared to do what needs to be done. One thing at a time. That's the first thing you need to understand as a basic rule of Robert's rules of order. One thing at a time. You cannot advance anything else until you're done with one thing at a time. Now, I'm going to throw this in here so that you all understand. We closed out 2023 May General Assembly with one subject that had been put on the table that was not dealt with. So it went into the book. The minutes should reflect unfinished business of May 2023 General Assembly. That unfinished business was whatever it was that Brother Lewis wanted to introduce to the floor that was not allowed. You're going to find out that that was wrong. It was a violation. It was out of order. One thing at a time means you can't proceed until you're finished with the one thing, unless the members vote on it and decide to table it. Where they messed up, they didn't put it to a vote. Mr. CEO slash bishop of the organization made a decision and said, well, we're going to do this. And they went that way. But Robert's rules does not allow that. You can't make a decision in a general assembly that's taking place as a board meeting and determine that somebody got to do something. You can't say, no, I'm not going to let you speak. You can't say, well, go over there and talk to them on the side before you introduce anything to the floor. You can't send somebody down outside of the board meeting to talk to the board of supervisors who's not even on the board. You don't send somebody from the board meeting down the hall to human resources and talk to them before they can come back and introduce whatever subject they want to introduce in the board meeting. But I allowed it because I knew that the members did not know what I would be doing if I proceeded. It would have been perceived by the people as me being disrespectful to the secretary, to the council, and to the bishop. And nobody would have wanted to hear what I had to say. Now, 3 years later, Robert says one thing at a time. So we've had 3 other General Assemblies. So how is it that business is being done when you still have unfinished business from 2023 May? It's because Mr. Cunningham has refused to allow a General Assembly secretary to read the minutes of 2023 May so that they could reintroduce whatever I wanted to put on the floor so that they could allow that unfinished business to come forward into the General Assembly and then hear me out. But Mr. Cunningham knows what I want to share with the General Assembly. And that's why he is not allowing Mr. General Assembly Secretary, Mr. Jimmy Jones, to bring it up. So their job is to quickly get through that and give the impression to the people, no, we want to waive the reading of the minutes, waive the reading of the minutes. But this is another thing you all don't know. The question that you just asked me, the person that texted me, I'm about to answer that now. So I'm going to tell you now, yes, that's exactly right. So he has not been allowing them to read the minutes from 23. And by having the people always waive the reading of the minutes for sake of time, we're going to waive the reading of the minutes. This is what else y'all need to know. You didn't travel from all over the country so that y'all can sit inside of a meeting for 3 or 4 hours waiting for a bishop to walk into the door, only for the General Assembly secretary to rush because we don't have a lot of time left. So we don't have a lot of time. We need to go ahead and get ready to close the meeting because his time is precious. His time is precious. No. That's not the bishop. Bishop's time is precious. That's when we're playing religion. We're not playing religion. We're on the business side, and we're here to deal with business. I'm not particularly interested in any time restraints. There are no time restraints in a General Assembly unless the people vote on a time restraint. The General Assembly, just like a board meeting, must hear anyone that would like to speak on the one particular thing at a time. And they must hear everyone who would like to speak before anybody gets a chance to speak a second time. So even if the CEO speaks on something, somebody want to speak, you're supposed to acknowledge them and let them speak. No, we not. Somebody else, call them, and you're supposed to acknowledge them. You're supposed to acknowledge everybody that would like to speak and let them speak one time before anybody speaks a second time. The CEO, because they are an employee, does not need to rush anything, because what CEO in any company tells the board, listen, I don't have a whole lot of time. Y'all need to go ahead and wrap this up so I can get ready to go. What CEO will ever tell a board of directors, their bosses, that they need to hurry up so he can get ready to go? Or she. The time is not an issue. But Mr. Cunningham made the time an issue to hurry up and get everybody out so that nothing would be done. No business. Now we close out this meeting, and now before anybody want to do anything, they got a whole nother year, and we get to show out for a whole year. And the council is going to prevent anybody who wants to have another meeting. The General Assembly Secretary is going to stop it and block it, and the bishop sure not going to have it. So you got to wait until another May 30th comes back around. Why? Because you've been duped again. And then they're going to try to do it again that year, and you're going to be duped again. First thing you need to remember, one thing at a time. Now, going back to that question I was just asked. Since one thing is supposed to be done at a time, up until this time, somebody should have had the reading of the minutes that were not read. Every minute you have must be read, period. If they're not read, they should be written out and sent to every single delegate to read before they get to the General Assembly. So if your reasons for wanting to waive the minutes because the reading of the minutes will be too long, well, then what you're supposed to do, should do, makes only common sense to do, is to print out all of the minutes of the previous year. Duplicate those minutes, copy them, and send them out to all of the delegates so that they can read through the minutes. That way, they're familiar with all of the business of the meeting last year so that they can come back this year and deal with either any unfinished business, or now they have knowledge of the business that had been handled in the previous General Assembly in the event that they have questions about that business. But every year, people come in, we want to waive the reading of the minutes due to time. Councilmen coming up to do that. Why? Because they don't want y'all to hear the reading of the minutes. They heard the minutes the night before. So why is the General Counsel hearing the minutes of the General Assembly when the General Counsel has nothing to do with the General Assembly? It's because the General Counsel is acting as the board of directors. Now, are y'all getting it? And they're doing all of this right up under your nose. So by the time they're sitting in the General Assembly now, comes the reading of the minutes in the General Assembly. They keep on saying, on here it says that they're going to what? Minutes of the last General Assembly session. It doesn't say reading of the minutes. It just says minutes. Why? Because they know they're not going to read it. They're going to get up there and they're going to ask for a vote to waive the reading of the minutes. And they know that the members of the House of Prayer has been conditioned to raise their hand to please the bishop and give him what he wants, which is to not read those minutes and handle any business whatsoever, because he's the boss. And as Mr. Murray said, all of you follow. I tell y'all what to do and you do it. Those are the exact words of Mr. Cunningham, who said in Washington, D.C., 2024, that next year we're going to raise the amounts that it takes to walk down that aisle. And we're also going to raise the amount of money that it takes for an auxiliary to get a G-class number. He said it's time for us to make changes. Then he called himself to make a point. He said, no, for me to make changes. He said, I make the changes. You all follow. And people, ha, 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 ha. And the only reason why the people laughed is because Mr. Cunningham knows that the people don't have a clue. You are his boss. You hired him. When he said, y'all didn't hire me, that's another lie. I keep telling you, the man is a liar, and he knows he's a liar. He knows he's a liar. If the people didn't hire you, then why did you go through all that trouble of having an election? What is the election there for? It's for the people, according to y'all, to determine who they want to put in the position as bishop. But if you say, y'all didn't hire me, then by very definition, you're confessing to everybody that you knew you were going to be in the seat. Y'all didn't put me here. We already worked that out. I was going to be here anyway. That's what you just told the entire organization. Look, one second. Here. No, this September. No, one second. I'm going to show you all why it is that Mr. Cunningham said something that many people did not catch and did not pick up on. Here it is.
With him were heavy with sleep. They were asleep, but they woke up and saw this. Go ahead. And when they were awake, they saw his glory. They saw the glory. And the two men that stood with him standing there. Go ahead. And it came to pass. And it came to pass as they departed from him. As they departed, talking about the two men. Not unto Jesus. And then Peter said unto Jesus, Peter was the bold one. He said to Jesus, Master, it is good for us to be here. It's so good for us to be a witness to this. It's good for us to be here. And let us make 3 tabernacles. Now let us make 3 tabernacles. Go ahead. One for thee. We're going to make one for you, Jesus. And one for Moses. We're going to make one for Moses. And one for Elijah. And we're going to make one for Elias, which was Elijah. 3. You can't have more than 1.
See where he's going? Watch.
Some people want to know why we teach that and why we're so adamant about that. You have 3 leaders, you have 3 different minds. You got to have a communion to make decisions.
A communion.
Don't work like that in God's kingdom.
A communion is a board. Watch.
Let us feel free. Go ahead. Not knowing what he said. He ain't had no sense. He ain't know what he's talking about.
He's talking about me. I ain't have no sense. I don't know what I'm talking about. Watch.
Not knowing what he was saying. Go ahead. While he thus spake. And while he was speaking, there came a cloud. A cloud came down on the mountain. Go ahead. And overshadowed them. And they all were in the cloud. Jesus, Peter, James, and John were consumed by the cloud. And they feared as they entered into the cloud. And they feared. They didn't know what was getting ready to happen. Where this cloud come from? It had to come from the Lord. Go ahead. And there came a voice. And the voice out of the cloud came out of the cloud. It wasn't Jesus. It wasn't Peter. It wasn't James. And it certainly wasn't John. The voice came out of the cloud saying, this is my beloved son. This is my beloved son.
Coming up.
Hear him. This is the one you got to hear. The one standing in your midst. The one that the Lord had put before them, which was Jesus. And God wanted them to know one man.
Watch.
God don't use but one man. So God had to straighten them out. This is the one. Hear him. Then Jesus closed the book, man. Then Jesus told them, see that you tell nobody about this till after I have died. Then you can talk about this. And they held that. And it was not revealed till after Jesus had died and rose. Then they shared with the brethren. We saw Moses. We saw Elijah on the mountain talking to Jesus. And we wanted to build 3 tabernacles. But a voice came out of a cloud and said, this is the one you better hear.
That's not true. They didn't want to build 3 tabernacles. That's something Peter said, not
God
they.
have not changed.
Now
It's
watch.
still just one.
Twisting. Watch.
I can't help it if you don't like it. You can't change that doctrine. That's what I believe. And it's been working for us over 100 years now. Daddy Grace was one voice. When he spoke, we moved. you think that somebody may be upset talking against it. No, this is just my message tonight. I'm not upset. I'm happy. Daddy McCullough moved us in a mighty way with the power of the hurricane. Oh, some of our parents were young adults. We were young infants, and some were teenagers.
Using
Daddy McCullough, one man, shaped us and molded us.
using the people's memories of him in order to try to sway them to believe what he's about to say. All of this is just manipulation. Now, watch how he takes this.
Moved us to be where we are today. Did he do so? He didn't have no assistant. It was one man. There's no committee to meet with. Where we gonna build a house of prayer, take a vote on it? It was one man. Him. Here comes Daddy.
Now, he's so invested in what we're doing on these videos and putting out this information about him that he, inside of what's supposed to be sermons, he's trying to imply little things that has to do with the business side of the organization. Remember, the bishop is religious side. Sermons have to do with religious activity. Him talking about that stuff has to do with religious activity. He used the story of the 17th chapter of Matthew and during the transfiguration, when Peter spoke out, John and James didn't say anything. They wasn't saying, well, we want to build a tabernacle for three. It was only Peter who spoke out. And then he gave the impression, he actually said that the voice that spoke out of the cloud wanted them to understand one man. Okay. That's not what was being done, because the voice out of the cloud understood that Moses and Elijah, they're not there in that day. The disciples understood that they're not there in that day. So the voice from the cloud had nothing to do with a one-man leadership message. Even if they could follow Moses and Elijah, they already knew that Moses and Elijah was gone already. They served their time. They did what was given to them to do in their generations and their era. It had nothing to do with one-man leadership. When they went up that mountain, they went following one man. When they came down that mountain, they were going to go down following that one man. They didn't have the impression that they're going to go down following three different men. This is how Mr. Cunningham manipulates and twists things into getting people to believe what he's trying to say. Another point is, after he was used and gave up his life, the Father didn't take another man and put in a cloud. He certainly didn't put Mr. Grace in that cloud. He didn't put none of these bishops in that cloud, because the temple in Jerusalem had been destroyed, and the temple of Jerusalem was not transported here to this country and then duplicated or given the instructions to somebody to build other locations where you can have multiple houses. All of this has been nothing more than a ploy. Mr. Cunningham knows that what he was doing was using the scripture to manipulate what he's always been doing, the members of the house of prayer to believe in him or whoever was over him, while he was trying to seek advancement for himself. False doctrine, false teaching, false gospel. One more thing. To use the scripture to show that one man led the people or was over the people or gave the word to the people. That was the religious side. The disciples have always been on the religious side. They've never been on the governing side. The governing side was the temple. The laws of the land was the governing side. The disciples had nothing to do with that. The disciples was over here, and the temple and its governance, along with the king, King Herod, and Rome, was on the business side. Mr. Cunningham saying that we've always had one man to give the word or to lead. That's the religious beliefs. And for the people to believe in that, okay, but you're just playing religion. You're just playing church. And the fact of the matter is, those beliefs are not biblical. That's why they don't fly on the business side. This one man doctrine over here, who's the general head on earth, cannot transfer that belief to the business side. Not one court, not one judge, not one agency, not one regulatory office will ever see the bishops of the house of prayer as their head on earth. They're going to get them straight. They're going to find them. They're going to penalize them. They will even put them in prison. Period. For violating the laws and deceiving and manipulating and lying to all of these members in here who believe them. They're not going to put them in jail for the reasons that the disciples were put in jail, for standing up for truth, for representing the Father. Mr. Cunningham does not represent the Father, nor does he stand for truth. He knows it. So what you heard him say, there was no communion. He's not talking about crackers and grape juice in California, that type of communion. He's talking about a communion which is known as a communal, in a community where you have the heads of that community coming together with other heads of other communities, and they have a communal where they're coming to agreement to establish rules for their communities to work together. He said we don't need, never been no 2 or 3, no committees. He's talking about the General Assembly. He's talking about having a board. We don't need all that. He's trying to let the members know. Y'all forget the stuff that y'all hearing about a General Assembly, about laws of the land, about a board of directors. We don't need that. Just one man is what we need. We don't have people deciding and voting where we're going to build, what we're going to build, when we're going to build. He is against a board of directors or a General Assembly having power and authority over him, because that allows him to be submissive to the board or the General Assembly. And he knows that they can fire him for the violations of the laws that he's been committing in this organization, and they can fire him just like that for everything and all the atrocities that he's already committed, along with the General Council, the General Assembly secretaries, and all these pastors who have supported it. It does not take a bunch of motions and a bunch of votes. That can be done with one vote. And by the time we get done, you all will know how. To travel around to these different cities to keep on trying to convince the people of the house of prayer to believe in you, and you know you're lying to them, and they're seeing evidence. This is evidence. Your name is right here. This is evidence. This is evidence of the corruption. Right here. The committee consists of the following. Apostle A.D. Cunningham, you're on the Constitutional Revision Committee of 2009, behind the backs of the people. The same year, you're the General Assembly Secretary who threw all of those things onto the floor of the General Assembly to get the members of the House of Prayer to raise their hand and vote unlawfully and illegally so that those amendments to the Constitution would become legal illegally. Therefore, because it was done outside of due process, they're now null and void according to the laws of the land. But you know that the members are too stupid to know that. All of us were stupid. All of us were dumb. We were ignorant. And you all took advantage of every single one of us. And you're still doing it. And as long as these people continue defending and supporting and believing in you liars, then y'all will continue deceiving and manipulating and tricking the members of the organization. Members, he said all of that to keep the people from coming into the General Assembly and understanding the laws of the land on the business side so that they can come into the religious side and clean house and fix it. Now, the question was asked of me. So at this time, is it possible for the people to put a motion on the floor or to simply not waive the reading of the minutes, but instead to have the minutes of 2023 read out loud so that the members can finish unfinished business that's still in the books, unfinished, and still bring me in so that I could present to the General Assembly the same information I was going to present in 2023 that I was unlawfully not allowed to do. Now, the person who texted me a moment ago, and you know who you are, who has all these things to say in support of Mr. Cunningham, I'm not going to do the injustice of reading it on the channel. I said a while back, anybody that disagrees with what we're doing, and if you're just going to support all of the lies and the criminal activity of these men, I will not allow that on this channel. So what you just texted me, I'm not going to read it. And if you want to continue to support what Mr. Cunningham is doing, that is your business. But it's people like you that I'm trying to help. Because as long as you continue trusting in him and supporting him, even though we're putting out all of these facts and evidence to prove all of these allegations that are being made, and you continue to deny, you continue to turn a blind eye to it, you continue to close your ear to truth, then you are one of the individuals that's rejecting truth so that you can believe a lie. And the scripture talked about people like you who would rather hear a lie than to hear the truth. Matthew, 24th chapter, says that false prophets are going to arise and deceive many. And you are one of those who continue to desire to be deceived instead of believing the truth and instead of adhering to the word that you read in your scripture. But the problem is you're not even reading the scripture. So you want to say a bunch of things because your feelings are hurt since all this truth is coming out to expose people who've been doing wrong that I too used to believe in just like you. I didn't like it neither. But the truth is the truth. Period. None of us can change the truth. And when I hear the truth, I'm not going to defend a liar. I'm going to start asking questions. Now, this is what everybody else needs to understand about Robert's Rules of Order. I said earlier tonight that the business side, the laws of the land, over here, the court, the government, the IRS, because they can't come into the religious side of a nonprofit, they expect the board of directors and the delegates in the General Assembly, They expect you to police them. And every member on a board of directors or a general assembly, they will hold you to their laws if you support wrongdoing in a nonprofit. Every delegate, every member of a board, if you're in support of wrongdoing, if you are behind manipulation and deception, and you don't do anything to stop it, if you allow it, if you persist in letting it run rampant in a nonprofit, then not only will outside get them when they find out, but they will hold you accountable. You will be held accountable. They will penalize every member of the board of directors. They will penalize every member of the General Assembly if it is discovered that you knew that people in charge were doing wrong, breaking laws, manipulating members, fraudulent with the money, allowing for misappropriation of funds, not reporting any of the business accounts or the transactions, not allowing the members to see the books, and even shutting down a general assembly so that people cannot ask questions or start an investigation when there has been claims made about laws being broken and violations being committed. If they find that the members of the general assembly knew all the things that I'm putting out for the last 3 years, they will hold every single member of the General Assembly accountable for allowing this behavior to take place. And what that means is when they come to the penny of however much money has been misappropriated, however much money has been stolen, however much money has been embezzled, when they come to their total dollar amount, every single person in a general assembly or a board of directors will be hit with the first penalty, which is a 20% fine of however much that total is. Y'all need to hear what I just said, because we're talking about an astronomical amount of money in this organization that these leaders have been misappropriating and stealing and just doing whatever they want to do with it. They don't want an audit. They don't want people looking in onto their business transactions. They don't want nobody snooping around the things they've been doing. They don't want you or anybody else to understand why they have so many post office boxes collecting checks from people in this organization in North Carolina. They don't want you to know why they have different people all over the address of Portal Drive collecting checks and where they're putting that money and where it goes after they place it there. They don't want people to understand that the tithes, how it's being collected, how it's being spent, where it's going to, and to whose use. They want you, me, and everybody else in here to shut up, keep your mouth shut, and ask no questions, because I am your general head on earth. Your job is to trust me. Your job is to follow me. Your job is to do what I say, because there's only two roles in this entire organization. I'm the leader. You're the follower. You better know your role. That's what they want. While I'm saying, lie, 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 lie. There are multiple roles in a nonprofit, and one of the roles in a nonprofit is a board of directors and or slash general assembly delegate. And every member of the general assembly has authority over every single CEO that's ever stepped foot in this organization, because their job is to hire them, and you have the authority given to you by the government of these United States to fire them on the spot. And everybody else that you need to get rid of who's been violating the laws of the organization and breaking the laws of the land. That's what they don't want you to understand. And, sir, for you to keep texting me out of support to Mr. Cunningham, I'm telling you, it does nothing. You are the one that's lost, and everybody else who will soon be shaken awake by either the members of the General Assembly or the regulating agencies, who's going to show you the list of criminal activity that's been going on by these people committing crimes over the last 100 years. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up. Look at all this information. We want to sit back and dislike people because they're telling the truth about somebody you like? That's childish. We are all supposed to be adults. I don't care how close I am to you personally. You can be my best friend. You can be my relative. You can be my child. If you break the law and I find out about it, you can rest assured, as much as I love you, that will not do anything whatsoever to get me to not turn you in. I will not ever be held for harboring a criminal. I'm not going to be held at all and put my freedom and my liberty or my family on the line simply because I did not turn in somebody that I know broke the law. I don't care what you did, and it's not my job to judge you. If I hear that you broke the law, I'm dialing 911. We're going to get the police over here. They're going to pick you up, and other people can listen to the case while people bring evidence. If you didn't do it, which I hope you didn't, because I love you and I don't want to see you get in trouble. If you didn't do it, then I pray that there's enough evidence to get you off the hook so that they remove your name from that register downtown on the courthouse roll for your case number to come up. And if you didn't do it, I'm glad, because we can put this behind us as we move on. The way to fix it when you're innocent is to not run from the law. You face up to the law. And you know that you didn't do something. You let the evidence be weighed against you so that everybody else can determine that you're innocent. And they will free you and remove your name. But if you're guilty and the evidence shows that you're guilty, then you deserve every single thing coming to you, especially if you've been doing this to people for the last 30 some years. I would be glad to submit anyone, turn you in. I will hold you for them to pick you up, to get you off the street, since you've been a predator, preying on people who trust and love you while taking them for everything that they got. This is serious business. And for every single person that sits in that meeting as a delegate, if you don't learn what your responsibilities and obligations are given to you by the United States government as a delegate in a nonprofit, if you don't understand that your job expected by them is to ask questions to make sure that your CEO and anybody else in this organization is not breaking the law, if you don't ask questions to make sure that they are complicit, if you don't ask questions to make sure that they're not violating anything, if you don't ask questions about that money and the bookwork and business transactions and dealings that they've been doing for the last heaven knows how many years, if you don't ask, when we find out, the law allows you and every single one of you to be held accountable, which means penalty, financial penalty by fines. If they took $10 million as an example, If that's the total amount of money that's been misappropriated, and we know it's way more than that, if they come up with a $10 million total amount of funds that's been misappropriated or swindled or cheated, the young man, Brian Karn, all he did was try to evade $600,000 worth of money to evade taxes. If they find out that the board was aware of it, they're going to hit them with a 20% fine of $600,000. 20%. Every board member will have to pay $120,000 each, plus any other punishment that they decide to give. Maybe even prison time, because you are now considered to be guilty by association. This is serious business. And every member of the organization needs to understand all these little petty claims about me having a personal grudge against somebody, about me being upset because I'm not a councilman. I told the council to their face and Mr. Cunningham, I never want to be like any of you. This is why I never wanted to travel. I never wanted to be a part of no general council. Y'all have seen the clown show. They run this like a circus. They're breaking laws everywhere. Nobody respects them because of the lives that they lead. It's horrible, filthy lives before the people. And Mr. Cunningham, as a bishop, is supporting it. He's protecting it. He's promoting it. And then to lie about the Most High, you got to know that he's not going to keep sitting back and allowing this type of behavior to take place before all these people who are believing these lies. So you who keep on texting me, how about you stop texting and call me so that we can talk man to man? As far as everybody else, the second most important thing about Robert's Rules of Order, understanding that there's only one thing on the floor at a time. Everything must be done by vote, and everything to change whatever's on the floor must be done by a motion. In order to have the meeting go a certain way, you need to make a motion. We will be teaching you how to make a motion. We will be teaching you how to put a motion on the floor. Putting a motion on the floor means you're going to ask whoever the person is that's chairing the meeting to allow the meeting to get ready to go that direction. In order for it to go that direction, there must be a second to that motion. It is simply done by someone standing up saying, I second that motion, which means that they agree. Before I continue, let me look at the comments and see if there's anything I need to answer right away. Question, you stated that the UHOP is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. The IRS can question how you are profiting from people who work in the United States. Absolutely, they can. 100%. The IRS can ask you anything whatsoever because a 501c3 has a tax exemption, meaning that you're not to pay taxes because you're offering a service to society. And that means you're benefiting us, the US government. You're helping us out. But you're helping us by offering a service to society, and you're taking on a problem that we right now can't solve because we're dealing with other things. We're thankful that you are handling that issue. Case in point, as an example, the fire that was just held with those apartments in Hampton, Virginia. If nonprofits throw in a hand and take care of those residents, people who don't have anything else, of which we have 40 some families that's now dislocated, because of the house fire, the apartments. They lost everything. Everything. So you have people pitching into a system. Well, you're helping the government. The government is saying, well, we don't have to help them now because y'all help them. The federal government, the state government, even local government, they have all types of things set up for nonprofits because you're helping them take care of things that they cannot immediately get to. That's why they give you a tax exemption. It is to show you their appreciation for you taking on the responsibility of helping people in need that we can't get to. That's why regulating agencies are set up for nonprofits because they know that people are going to take advantage of nonprofits all day long. So they make some very, very, very strict and harsh rules for nonprofits. That's why we have sections in our laws about the IRS because the bishops know they got to do what they say. They don't have a choice in the matter. But in the meantime, they've been lying to the members of the house of prayer to get us to believe they can do anything and everything they want to as a bishop. They're his servant. They're God's servant in the land. Nobody can tell them anything. Nobody can make anything. You got to be kidding me. These bishops know for a fact they're lying to you. How many times have you seen on TV other bishops in handcuffs? There's bishops, there's reverends, there's pastors going to prison left and right today. The house of prayer is no different. They don't care that he's a bishop. They will lock his butt up for breaking laws. They will lock your butt up. They'll lock my butt up. They don't care. If you breaking the laws of this land, then we're coming after you. If you're going to help us, then help us. But do it legally, do it legitimately, do it officially, and do it right. Especially if you're going to give the impression that you're of a religious organization, you're supposed to be the example that's being set in society that says we walk by a higher standard. We walk by a higher law. We have a belief in the highest power, and we walk before him. Nobody should ever see or hear about you breaking the laws of the land for a filthy dollar bill. That is not an example of what we're supposed to be standing for. And anybody who's supporting this, if you write to me again, I'm going to just flat out tell you, one, you're stupid. Two, what in the world? Open your eyes. I'm not calling everybody stupid. I'm saying the one who keeps reaching out to me, you're being stupid. I'm giving you every opportunity to hear the evidence, to listen to evidence, but instead of that, you want to keep trying to support and just say a bunch of things that means nothing to me. This is not me coming after him. This is me making the members aware so that we can stop being ripped off while people give their life savings, even life insurance policies in here. And then their families are now in a fix because they don't have money to bury their loved ones with. Open your eyes. I'm also trying to save all of you members who keep going to these General Assembly meetings because they're going to line you up one by one. Every single one of your names are on a list held by the House of Prayer organization. And Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Bailey, Mr. Madison, Mr. McCullough, Mr. Grace, they use those names to convey to the states and the federal government that we've been in compliance with y'all. Look, here's the list of people that made it to the meeting. And they verify everything that we're doing. Because look, see, right here, they're the ones that revised and approved of these minutes, these constitutional laws. And why do y'all think? I keep telling y'all, you need to understand the law. Why do you think that they put in here? Read this. Why do they put it there? Why? Why did they put on May 26, 2006, that there was, look at what it says, 130 pastors, 252 representatives. What is that number in there for? A missionary, 105 elders, making it a total of 488 people. Why do you think that number's in this book? Because every single name, those 488 people are now sitting somewhere on a piece of paper to be used in the court of law. And in May 2006, after that, if there had ever been an investigation opened up for them to determine that this man, whoever was in that seat, along with people, were breaking the laws, they would have contacted every single 488 of those individuals, and they would have put you into an interrogation room. And if you never asked or bothered to ask any questions about the behavior or the intent or the actions of these men and these business transactions, if you never asked a question, what are you doing with this money? What are you doing with these decisions and choices that you're making without us having any input? Why is it that you're preaching so-called sermons saying that the people, we don't need no committee of people. We don't need no meetings where people got to decide and vote. We don't need nobody's meeting telling us, well, we need to get together before y'all do anything so that we, the people, can decide and approve of it. We don't need that. We only have one man. Why do you think Mr. Cunningham is saying that? He's trying to defend his actions, his criminal actions, as well as his intent to get the people to do nothing about it so that outside won't come inside. And if they found that none of those 488 people did anything to interrogate the CEO, to offer him a performance evaluation, to ask him questions about his decision making and his business dealings, if they find that y'all didn't do any of that, no. Do you even know what your responsibilities are when y'all go into something called a General Assembly? Well, I mean, we had orientation and they told us that we dare to take minutes. They will probably laugh before hitting every single one of you with a fine and probably giving you jail time, because they make bigger examples out of board members and people who were delegates in a General Assembly to make sure that nobody ever, ever, ever takes that role who don't know what they're doing, because you are supposed to represent them. You are the police of every nonprofit. You are. That's why outside laws don't play with board members. You are the nonprofit's police. It is your job, it is your obligation, it is your law given authority to question the leaders of the nonprofit. And if you don't do that, they're going to find you complicit with all of their illegal activity, and they're going to nail you with all the stuff that they did. It behooves all of you delegates to make sure y'all watch every one of these videos from tonight into next week. This is serious. Your liberty and your freedom is on the line, messing around with Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Lawrence Madison and these bunch of councilmen. As we move forward, let me just slide through this real quick. (1962) Golden Boy, McCullough revision at the advice of courts. I thought that was a question. I'm sorry, going down. Okay, almost done. And okay. Question by Black Diamonds. Is the IRS and government regulations agencies can track where the money is going through the mail? No, no. Um, Once money is mailed, um, they can track the receiver and then what they did with it from there, only depending on how that money is moved. This is why, again, I say the members, let me say this too for the individual that I called stupid earlier. First of all, let me say I apologize um, calling you stupid. I don't think that you're a stupid individual. I simply mean that you're making stupid decisions. You sound like an intelligent individual, but it's the indoctrination that you're under that's causing you to make unintelligent decisions. Therefore, your decisions become stupid decisions. The same way I was making stupid decisions when I was still indoctrinated. I made way more stupid decisions than you did. I've only seen you make a few stupid decisions. I made a ton of stupid decisions. We're sitting in a situation where I have it over here receipts from San Antonio. No, I don't. Give me that thick envelope, please. The second one? The thick one. Thank you. Um, okay, this is the wrong one. Hmm. One second. No, those are deposits. Here it is. These are check stubs. Okay. This is a check stub. Look at this. Check number 1,235, February 7th, 2012. Made out to Bishop C.M. Bailey, trustee. Now look at what this check is for. For rent for the month of February. February 7th, I sent it. This is from San Antonio. Look at the amount, $880. Okay. Now, again, this is the check stub from San Antonio, right? We sent out, we had so much that we were doing. We were way ahead of the organization, way ahead. But here's my point. Here, this is March 2012, rent, $880. April. I can go on and on. Rent for April, $880. Now, I know that some of you right now are thinking that this is rent for where I live. Not tithes, rent for May, $880. This is not rent for where I lived. This is rent that I paid for our lease. For the lease that we were using, it was an office space that we converted. And I showed pictures that we converted to use as a house of prayer. By the time I got done with the work that we put into it, it looked like the organization had built it. It looked just like house of prayer because of the work that we put in it. uh, no. Anyway, the space that we had converted, it looked like the house of prayer actually built it, the organization, because when you walked into our office space, it looked just like a house of prayer. The only difference is we had carpet. Now, I negotiated the terms in the contract and I asked the owner of the building that we leased from if we pay a year in advance, a year worth of lease in advance, if we can get a discount. So the owner graciously gave me a 20% off. 20%. I saved us 20% if we could pay for the lease up front. Okay. $8,800 times 10, that's $880 times 10 is 8,800. Add another 800, you now have 9,680. Plus another 80, you now have 9,000, 10,060. Add another 880, you now have 10,860, 10,940. So $10,940 is what was paid for that year's lease. $10,940. And again, I should have all the paperwork over there along with the lease agreement. Here's my problem. Our legal staff had no clue what they were doing. None. We almost lost the lease as a result of them. The owner didn't want anything to do with anybody that called from Portal Drive. He named people, and I gave this testimony already. But my point is this. Why am I having to pay the money back? I called Portal Drive. I talked to Mr. Bailey, and he agreed that since I'm saving 20% for the organization, he agreed to pay the lease for a year. So he sent a check to cover the cost of the lease so that the members of the congregation of San Antonio would have a place to have services. I offered to pay it back as the pastor because I didn't want nothing from anyone. I didn't think about it till now. Even though I offered to pay it back as the CEO and the bishop of the nonprofit, whose purpose is to establish, erect, and maintain houses of prayers where all people may gather together for worship in spirit and in truth, irregardless of race or creed, nationality, race, or creed. It was on his shoulders to tell me, pay it back. No, we spend millions of dollars in building houses of prayers and whatever else. This is $10,000 that we're giving to cover the lease space so that you all can have services. That's what the government wanted to see, that you're spending money according to what you said in your purpose that you do with the money. But why is it that I had to pay it back? I'm a pastor of a congregation. We're having services, and now we're raising offerings. But you want me to pay it back on a monthly basis. Are we operating as a nonprofit? If instead of you paying for the lease for a congregation to hold services, since you say you want to establish and erect and maintain, well, why isn't the money being sent to San Antonio for us to establish? Why is it, as a pastor of the congregation of people who are brand new to the organization, why are we expected to raise it to pay it back to the organization? By legal definition, that's not doing what you claim as a nonprofit. That was a loan. And even though I offered to pay it back as a pastor, you're the CEO of the nonprofit. You're supposed to say, no, we don't do that. I'm going to send you the money to pay for the lease. Begin having services. Congratulations. Thank you very much. What I'm saying is the members are supposed to be involved, and we're supposed to police the decisions and the choices and the actions and the spending and the dispersing and the collections and the raising of all these funds and every single thing in the organization we're supposed to know about in the event that Mr. Agencies outside come in to ask the members in the General Assembly or Board of Directors, do y'all know anything about this? They're supposed to be able to pull out paperwork and say, yes, we covered this, we covered this, we covered this, we covered this, we covered this. But the members are not able to do that. And since the members don't know what to do and keep coming year after year after year after year, going to sleep for 4 or 5 hours, waiting for a bishop to walk through the door that they can sing, He's My Rock, and then have council entertain him by singing happy anniversary songs, not only is he going to mess around and get penalized, but all the people that are there are going to be penalized. And if those things that he did that's going to cause him to be penalized were more than 1 year old, then they go back to the General Assembly before that. Are we seeing the problems now? In other words, the bishops are putting the members at risk of penalties from the law of the land based on their own behavior of non-compliance with the regulating agencies. As we continue, obtaining the floor must be done by motion. The motion must be seconded. And as that motion is seconded, the person who seconds the motion is the one who solidifies that motion now going forward. Now, let me step back a little bit because I want to make sure that I'm clear on everything that I'm saying. We're going to get ready to go through the next few things that everybody needs to know. So I'm going to say this so that you can write it down in order. First thing is one thing at a time, period. That's number one thing at a time. The purpose of this rule is to ensure that the group knows exactly what they're voting on, and it prevents the discussion of multiple different ideas simultaneously. Only one thing we're going to talk about. And the reason why we're talking about one thing at a time is so that when we vote, everybody in the room knows what we're voting on. So you won't vote thinking, wait a minute, are we voting on how much money should be used to buy another car, to add, to provide transportation for the bishop, since it's been 10 years since we purchased a car for the bishop, and that one now has 442,000 miles on it. Well, how much is the budget that we're going to allocate for the purchase of more transportation for the bishop? That's how that's supposed to go. Well, I think $100,000 is sufficient for a vehicle for the bishop. Well, how many vehicles? 2, 3? Well, I think there should be Only one, because when it comes to the other vehicles for security, remember, that's a whole nother vote. We deal with that outside of this one. This one is for the bishop to use whenever he's handling organization business. That's supposed to be what we're there to deal with. That's one of the votes that outside want to see. That way, they won't see a bishop spending money frivolously on his own self when he goes out to buy transportation just because it's written in a law that the organization must provide transportation. Well, if you have the organization providing transportation, but the organization doesn't have any minutes based on a discussion that was held by the members of a general assembly to decide how much money should be allocated and then dispersed for the purchase of a vehicle for the leader who's the CEO, now you're going to run the risk of personal benefit, which crosses into something called annulment, which looks like in this nonprofit, the CEO is using the money for his own personal gain. Now we have a problem. Do y'all see how easy it is for board members or General Assembly delegates to be questioned on the illegal activities or suspicious activities of a CEO? This is why everybody needs to be a part of these uh, sessions. Um, the purpose of one thing at a time is so that everybody knows what we're voting on. Procedure: if a new proposal is made while another is being discussed, the chair must rule the new proposal that's out of order. We're not talking about the securities transportation yet. We're only discussing transportation for the CEO. So when we're done this business, then we will entertain a motion for us to go into the conversation to handle transportation for security teams. But for now, we're going to stay on the topic. That's how it's supposed to go. Uh, the second thing, the first thing is one thing at a time. The second thing is obtaining the floor. And that means being recognized by the chair as the person who's now allowed to speak. A member cannot just, excuse me, wait a minute, I don't know what's going on here. Why is it that when they said, blah, no, the chair says, excuse me, out of order. Their time is not up. So if you wish to be recognized, just raise your hand, I'll recognize you. That's how it's supposed to go. Obtaining the floor is the individual who gets the attention of the chair to call on them, and their time is now beginning for them to talk. If they get 5 minutes to speak, then that is the only person permitted to speak. This is what you've seen in the Senate hearings. When people be arguing and say, Chair, I request my time back, 3 seconds added to my clock because somebody interrupted. And that interruption took 3 seconds of their time, and they mean it. 3 seconds for that clock to be reversed. It's a time clock to give me my 3 seconds back. That's how important these meetings are. When y'all hear somebody in Congress make the demand of the chairman to give them their 3 seconds back. Other people, this is 3 seconds. What the heck is that? No, it's that serious. A member can't simply start speaking if they want to make a motion or debate. They must wait for the previous speaker to finish. They must rise and raise their hand and address the chair. Mr. Madam President, or Mr. Madam Secretary, to get their attention. That's to be recognized. Why this matters. This ensures order. Whoever's called on is the one who gets the floor. And it prevents members from talking over one another. Well, we were just talking about, I don't care what you was talking about because we was just in Robert's Rules of Order. Nobody's allowed to talk over anybody else. That's why you have a chairperson. The chairperson's not there to yell at people, to embarrass people, to humiliate people. No, they're only there to keep order in the meeting. They don't have authority over people unless the person becomes unruly, then they can make the determination for them to be excused. um, but it matters because the chair is the one who manages the flow of the meeting. A member may interrupt as long as it is urgent. That's the only time you can speak over somebody else, if it's urgent, such as a point of order. Uh, Point of order, Mr. Madam Secretary. They can't do that. That actually puts us into an area of a violation. Now you stop the person who's talking to bring to their attention that what you're saying goes into dangerous territory because it's a violation. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so uh, are you saying, well, what they're getting at is there's a law that prevents us from da 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 da. So thank you, but we can't entertain that motion. So be it. Thank you, Madam Secretary. And then sit down. The other person now has rightfully interrupted so that they can share their emergency to cut them off to bring the attention that we don't need to waste any more time on this individual speaking because what they're trying to do is we can't do that. It's unlawful. It creates a violation. Um, if there's a point of privilege, you can, excuse me, Madam Secretary, Mr. Secretary, Mr. President. Uh, yes, they need to speak up. We can't hear them in this section of the building. So if you would allow them to speak up or get closer to the mic, situations like that, you can interrupt. The third thing is the second. The second. A second is a formal indication by another member that they wish for a motion to be considered. Somebody put a motion on the floor. I second that motion. It's ensuring that the group doesn't waste time on a topic only one person cares about. So if nobody wants to talk about what you want to talk about, Mr. President, yes, person over here in yellow top. Yes, I make a motion that for this meeting, that we put a time limit on the meeting for time's sake. Can we set the whole meeting to be concluded within 1 hour, provided I get a second? There's been a motion placed on the floor for us to add a time limit to this meeting, provided they get a second. Anyone want to second that motion? No seconds. The motion will be denied. And move on. This is what the second is for. um, after a member makes a motion, if they want, somebody wants the second, or again, you do simply say, I second that motion. A second does not necessarily mean that the member supports the motion. Just because you second it doesn't mean that I'm in favor of it. But I'm seconding the motion because I think we need to talk about it. Or I would like to hear more information from others. I want to hear what other people have to say about that motion on the floor. I second the motion. You don't need to give your reason, but there's different reasons why different people second it. And again, it doesn't mean that you're in favor of the motion. You're just seconding it so that you can get the floor opened up for that subject. In the event that there's no second, once again, if a motion is not seconded, the chair should state the motion is not considered and move on. And that's what saves the time. Motions coming from a committee, however, if there's a committee that's been established by the General Assembly to discuss and determine how much money should be allowed for the purchase of a vehicle to be used by the CEO for official organization business. See, that's going to be something else that comes up. That committee comes and they put a motion on the floor. Madam President, we would like to make a motion that we entertain the considerations of the committee pertaining to the possible purchase of another vehicle for the CEO. It's been motioned by the committee that we blah, blah, blah. All in favor? You don't need a second. Why? Because a group of people are part of that motion. So you have one person, plus you have a second, including all the others. So there's something called procedural flow. And that's when a person obtains the floor. I move that action. I move that we do X, Y, Z. A person without right second, it is moved and seconded that blah, 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 blah. Is there any discussion? Anybody that want to talk about it? They raise their hand. Yes, I want to know blah, blah, blah. And now it's open for conversation. As long as anybody got anything to say about it, everybody must be heard. Okay? The fourth thing is that the chair manages the debate. The chair can be a presiding officer. So, can a CEO preside over the meeting? Yes. But in this case, the CEO of our organization should not preside over the General Assembly. Because if a CEO is also serving as the head of the religious side, now you have a conflict of interest and there's going to be problems. But the chair acts as a neutral traffic controller for discussion. They should not take sides. They have nothing to say about anything unless there's a tie. They should be neutral, ensuring that everything, all the discussions on whatever's on the floor, that everyone follows the rules and they stay on topic. Okay. Well, but Brother Lewis, how are we going to do that if we already know that their plan? Oh, don't worry about none of that. We're going to take care of all of those things. By the time next week comes, you're going to know what to do, what to say. Don't worry about all the what ifs. The chair is responsible for alternating the debate between speakers in favor and those who oppose, preventing one side from dominating the floor. So anyone in favor of the motion would like to have anything to say? Yeah, I want to. Okay. Anyone opposed would like to have anything to say? Okay, and then they talk. Next person. Anyone in favor? Anyone in favor of anything they'd like to say? Anyone who's not in favor? Alternating between them, preventing one side from dominating the other. Somebody in favor, somebody in favor, somebody in favor, somebody else. Okay, anybody opposed? Yeah. Okay, anybody favor, no. Back and forth until everybody speaks. Um, Number five, I'm sorry, before we get to number five, there's something called decorum enforcement. The chair must rule out of order any remarks that are personal, irrelevant, or disruptive. Well, you can't da 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 because let that comment be stricken. Do not add that to the minutes. You cannot talk like that. We must keep it professional, and disrespect will not be tolerated. Proceed. Neutral. Everybody's supposed to be heard. When it comes to everyone in the meeting, the delegates, everyone, they're all equal. Every member of the General Assembly is equal. Nobody is anybody's boss. Pastors are not pastors in the General Assembly. Councilmen are not councilmen in the General Assembly. The only ones that have a title in the General Assembly are the ones that have a title in the General Assembly. The CEO is not the boss in a General Assembly. When you walk inside that meeting, you are equal to everyone in there. They walk in and you say, "What's up, Slim?" And you talking to the CEO, the bishop. He walks in. And he ain't supposed to be looking for no dollar bills. I'm gonna shake your hand with a dollar in it. No, this is business. We come in to make sure you ain't doing nothing wrong. You come in, you're supposed to be suspected. They're supposed to be suspicious of you. We're going to look into all the stuff you've been doing in the back. The hope is you're not doing anything. So when he come in, it's not fanfare. There's no parade by the General Assembly. Not in there with band music and no. He come in the door and he's supposed to be sitting down on the floor with everybody else. CEOs don't walk into any board meeting and sit up on an elevated seat. No. That's the religious side. If y'all allow him to play, God on earth, okay, that's the religious side. This is business. You walk into that room, have a seat at the table with everybody else. You don't sit above nobody in that meeting. Even if you're presiding, you're supposed to be right up there where that General Assembly secretary is, walking onto the floor, talking into the microphone, sitting down in a pew or a chair beside a pew. Everything changes in a General Assembly. You don't get no props. Everyone has the exact same rights and obligations, regardless of their outside title or status. Period. Universal rights. Each member has an equal right to propose motions, speak during debate, and cast a vote. Everyone. This is why nobody can told they can't talk. Nobody can be told they can't do something. Nobody can be told to sit down like I went through in 23. Take your seat. It's unlawful. Again, I did it because I know these people, y'all don't know what's going on. Okay, so I'm gonna have to use this against them later. Now I get to explain it and you all get to understand. um, Protection of the minority. While the majority decides, the rules protect the minority's right to be heard and to state their opposition. Even if everybody in the room don't like something, but 10 people in the room do, the rules allow the 10 people to not be disrespected. Well, I want to da da da. Oh, no, we will not have that. The chair is supposed to do this. No, all the groans and the noises, we don't have that. Anyone that disrespects another, I'm going to ask you to be excused. You don't tolerate it. Before they can excuse them, it goes onto the table for the people to vote. And that rule, giving them the power to do that, is already decided by the people. I need to add that. The last thing is respectful dialogue. To maintain a productive environment, a debate must be directed away from personalities and focus strictly on the issues at hand. You can't have hot-headed people. Well, no, man, we didn't. That's not to take place. That's not the place. Um, all comments and questions are funneled through the chair. So instead of you supporting somebody else's statement, saying, yes, I agree with you, Ryan, and I think that you should. No, 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 no. You don't talk to Ryan. You don't talk to Melissa. You don't talk to Belinda. You don't talk to Frank. Everybody talks to the chair. Mr. President, Mr. Chair, Mr. and Mrs. I believe what the gentleman was saying is if we blah, 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 all commentary to the chair. That reduces friction because you're not coming at anyone. Debating motions, not motives. It's unparliamentary to attack a member's character or question their motives for proposing a motion. I think that we should not do this. That no, you just like them. You just want them to have. Can't do that. A person has a right to motion anything they want without it being judged. Put it out there. The focus must remain on the merits of the proposal and not against the person who's proposing it. And that's known as chilling a vote. So when the bishops get up there and they make comments about things before the vote happens, they're setting in the minds of the people the way that they want them to vote. That's what it is. It's called chilling. When you kill something, you're talking against it before. Well, we can vote on that. Now, I don't think that it's necessary, and I don't think that there's real purpose in it, and it's just a waste of time, in my opinion. But no, we can go ahead and put that to a vote. You just caused everybody in the house to say, "Oh, no." All those in favor? All opposed? Well, I think that's a marvelous idea. I think that we can all benefit from that. And yeah, that might be something that we really should consider. So yeah, we can vote on that. All those in favor? All opposed? That's how they've been doing what they've been doing to plant in the minds of the people what the bishop wants. But again, the General Assembly is not there for the people to come to give the bishop what he wants. There is for the people to look into everything going on in the organization. So we're going to be telling y'all what it is that we should be looking at. And it starts with the books. Everything's supposed to be out in the open of the board or the General Assembly. The way that you do that, you get a committee, and that committee voted for by the General Assembly for that committee to gain access, to retrieve the bookwork so that they can do an audit. That should be first. For obvious reasons. We avoid names. Whenever possible, members should refer to others by their role, treasurer or previous speaker, the last person who spoke. The previous speaker, they said blah, blah, blah. The speaker before the previous speaker said blah, blah, blah. Again, it keeps everything on an even keel with no personal issues. Um, with that in mind, those are the six things that we'll stop here. Those are the six things that I wanted to go over tonight and allow everyone to hear so that we can build everything on that base. Understand also that when you're in a General Assembly, the only ones that need to be inside the General Assembly are the people who are supposed to be inside the General Assembly, not guards, not maids, not wives, nobody else. So whenever the senior ministers brought in lawyers or parliamentarians for an election, this is how we know it was rigged. It was absolutely rigged, in my opinion, because the Constitution does not allow for anybody else to be inside. And it does not allow for uh, um, a senior minister, just because you're acting as the chief executive officer, there's nothing in any rule book that allows the senior minister or a chief executive officer to invite people to come into the General Assembly. Everything that's going to be done in the General Assembly must be voted on by the delegates of the General Assembly. The people have to allow it. Not one person has the right or the power or the authority to throw something out there and this is what it's going to be. No rule, no change, no anything happens because a bishop or a CEO decides it in that General Assembly. Well, this is what we're going to do this year. No, you're not. All changes must be considered, discussed, talked about, and voted on by the members of the General Assembly. Now, for those of you who asked the question in regards to my case that was presented, not yet presented, that's in unfinished business of the General Assembly minutes. For those of you who asked, well, is that a way of getting you into the General Assembly? It is a way, yes, of getting me into the General Assembly. Yes, absolutely. But what I'm going to tell you is that's not the way that I should be coming to the General Assembly. The way that I should be coming to the General Assembly is as a delegate who's authorized, who meets the criteria of being exactly what I was on the same day that the CEO, the bishop, and the General Assembly secretary saw fit to have me cut off, pushed to the side, not hear my voice, and then from that day forward, one, to make sure that I'm not any longer coming with my wife. But before that happened, the General Counsel, working along with the General Assembly Secretary, Mr. Cunningham, saw fit to take my credential that had to be stamped by council. They did not do their job. So my credential was unlawfully not validated by the council that was working along with the General Assembly Secretary. Now, my point is that the General Assembly has all the authority to put motions on the floor. And no matter who it is, if somebody was unlawfully removed from anything or taken out of a position for anything, then it's as simple as I would like to make a motion that we reinstate Sister such and such into the position of blah, 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 who was unlawfully removed by the supervisor because she had information pertinent to an investigation that they did not want to have it uncovered. I move that we immediately reinstate her so that we can allow her, still retaining her position that she had prior to what they did unlawfully. She should not be penalized simply because they failed to keep their responsibility. And after we immediately reinstate her, I move that we investigate her matter so that we can penalize those individuals that broke the law concerning her case. That's how that's supposed to work. Anybody who is unlawfully removed from anything can easily be reinstated by a vote from the General Assembly. Period. We have a lot of work to be done because Mr. Cunningham and these former bishops, while he was the General Assembly Secretary, did a whole lot to change a whole lot. And we've seen in 22 to 47 changes. And then the last change in 24, where it's added his name with a lifetime appointment. Now nobody can touch him. Now we're gonna see how that pans out. I don't want to give out too much information too soon. So with that said, that's my spiel for tonight. Let's go to the comments. um, Wally says, hello and peace to everyone. Black Diamonds, good evening, Brother Lewis and Sister Lewis and everyone. Good evening, good evening. Jamal, good evening. Hope all is well. Yes, all is well. Thank you, sir. And the lives of him and her, welcome everyone. Please subscribe and hit the thumbs up button to show your support. Don't forget to set your notifications bell to stay updated. Email address, we stand for right 2024 at gmail.com. Thank you again. The lives of him and her. Black Diamonds, question that I answered earlier. Miss Mintz, hello family, hello, hello. B. Meverderman, good evening everybody at Black Diamonds. That was a very great point that you made earlier. You stated that the UHOP is a 501c3 nonprofit. The IRS can question how you are profiting from people who work in the United States. Yes, they can ask anything they want, especially because you have U.S. citizens that are patronizing and affiliated with your nonprofit. And you have U.S. citizens who's contributing to the nonprofit, right? They can ask anything they want, right? The lives of him and her. Hey, Miss Mintz. Miss Mintz says, heart and wave back. The lives of him and her. Hello, B. Meverderman. Frankie House. Hello, beautiful souls. Hello, hello, Jamal. I know that's right. Nobody gonna call him so-called Sweet Addie in court. No, nobody gonna call him Sweet Addie. And now we're not talking about the people. We're talking about the judges and the court officers. Anybody who's in any regulating agency. They're not going to call him any of that. They're not going to call these men anything by any religious rule that we have either. All that stuff, saint, which is why you cannot write that on checks. Miss Mintz, but why not? What should we be ashamed? That was a joke, I think. Why not call him that? B. Meverderman, at the lives of him and her. Hey, hey, hey. The lives of him and her. Frankie House, right? Like Golden Boy, running late but catching up. Golden Boy, courts don't give you advice. They lied in this opening document right there. I wasn't going to say it. But there are things being done to pull the blinds over the members' eyes, and this is one of them. I'm going to read what else they say, but this is absolutely correct. Judges and state attorneys tell you that they can't give you advice, and talking to them can cause you to incriminate yourself. Boom. Yes, this is why in court, even if a judge sees a case going a certain way, they cannot advise you, don't go that way. They can't tell you, you probably don't want to go there. They can't do, they have to let it go. They have to sit back and let it go whatever direction they go. If you go to a courtroom, a clerk, a court clerk, they can't even advise you on how to fill out paperwork. They're an officer of the court. So they will tell you, they can't even point out what websites where you can find documents. They can't do it. This is why they tell you, well, retain a lawyer. Everyone's got to get paid. So based on what Golden Boy just said, now we know that, again, here's another lie coming from the leaders, the bishops. But they know that our members don't know, which is why they say the things they say. The U.S. court system didn't send this to him. But since the people believe it, okay, my point was to show that they said it and they're implying to the people of the organization that the court contacted us and they said that this is what we need to do. Well, if you say that, then that must mean that you're under the authority of the court. You certainly can't just walk around doing anything you want. Very nice, Golden Boy. 1962 McCullough revision at the advice of courts sounds like an order. Bow down. I guess his way of calling the judge daddy is your honor. Right? Uh, Even got some mamas. Yes, your honor. Now, I'm sure that that's applied to the bishops and Miss Madison, because every bishop of the organization knows that they better comply with an order coming from the court. And even Miss Madison knows that she had better um, comply with the orders of the court. Even Miss Madison knows she better comply with the court. Now, again, I will tell y'all, do your own research. Go online and Google some of these things to ask if this is factual information. Anybody, we're in the age of technology. We're in the information age as well. Anybody can find anything just like that now. There's no more excuses for not knowing, right? Um, uh, see, see, this is what we're talking about. This is let me show y'all. I just got a clip. Okay. And you all need to understand. So apparently, Mr. Cunningham is in Camden tonight. Um, if he wasn't in Camden, he was somewhere else. This looks like Camden. I was a youth pastor in Camden, so I'm not sure. I think this is Camden, so I won't say definitively that he was in Camden, but it looks like Camden House of Prayer. Anyway, you all look at this, and I'm gonna get back to this in a moment. Now, what you all are seeing is, let me dim the lights. What you all are seeing, oh boy. Okay. This is, oh, this is the pastor of Camden, New Jersey. And apparently, Mr. Cunningham made him an apostle tonight. And it's things like this that I'm saying that we need to see through. Um, the young man obviously has no clue. He's crying, and a few members are around him. Just been blessed. That's how I was back in the day. So indoctrinated. But this is a distraction. This is Mr. Cunningham doing anything and everything he can to distract the people away from what's going on our videos and on TikTok, to make the members aware of all of this activity around the organization that the people didn't know anything about, that bishops are doing. This is a distraction. I'm going to go on. We're not going to talk about the documents. We're not going to talk about any evidence that's out there being circulated about the stuff that we are obviously doing, because it's evident with proof, evidence. But as long as the people, a handful of people, but still people, as long as y'all still yell and kick and scream and whatever, then he's going to keep doing what he's doing, because he has to sell the idea that he is what he is. He knows that this is all wrapping up. And I'm going to name someone an apostle. Now, remember, the last one that I'm aware of that he named an apostle, he sent one of the so-called apostles to the hospital to tell him that you've been named an apostle. And it's unfortunate, because we talked about on the channel that you should have been there to heal the man. You didn't heal him at all. The man trusted in you. All these other sick members all over the organization trusting in you. Sickness and disease everywhere. People dying left and right. And we have individuals even obviously something needs to be done, because we have people dealing with depression. We have people dealing with anxiety. We have people dealing with psychological issues, various mental states, that nothing is being addressed. We have people hurting themselves. For many years, things like this have been going on. Nothing. I talked about last night the fires in Hampton, Virginia. The hope is that they will hear something from the headquarters about what they can do to help the families that's been displaced. Earlier I said dislocated, displaced, because of fires. We hope they hear something, that something is done, because we really look bad. We look bad. Others are doing whatever they can with the little teeny tiny bit that they have. And this is why I take my hat off to Ivy Baptist Church. This is not a large congregation, but they're jumping in with both feet to whatever we can do, taking people into all that we have, and we've done nothing for no one. And how long? Even during furlough. That's why I talked about that Maybach, to throw it in the faces of the people, Washington, D.C. Furlough, but look at my pretty car. While I come and take more money and tell you to trust in him. Don't come to me, trust in him. But he's not trusting in him. He's trusting in you all to protect him, to defend him, to take up for him, to cover for him, and to keep giving him your money, your time, your attention, your loyalty, your devotion, and your dedication. While people do that, excited about the things that he does, it is a distraction. And to change a title for a person, call him an apostle, it means absolutely nothing. These people are not apostles today. Mr. Cunningham obviously does not know what an apostle is. This is not an insult. This is not a personal attack on him. These are things that are actually given to us in scripture. But I digress. Let's go ahead and finish this out. The courts do not do that. They don't do that. Um, Golden Boy says 62 McCullough revision advice, right? And he was talking about mothers and fathers, obviously talking about bishops and Miss Madison. All of them are going to give respect to any judge, any court, any agency, because they understand that they better give respect to them. They have authority over them and everybody else here. The lives of women are the PS form 1093 application, Postal Service for the P.O. boxes in Charlotte, North Carolina. Under the principles of transparency, every official document carries a signature and every payment leaves a trail. Who has the key? It's easy to find this information. And apparently, there are people who have been relied on to get and retrieve the checks out of these P.O. boxes. And it's the exact same thing as we see now, 1665. For certain things, these checks are going to come to you, Brenda, Miss Brenda Hall. For other things, it's going to come to you, E.L. Thompson. For other things, it's going to come to you, Mr. Thomas. For other things, it's going to come to you, Mr. McGahee. For other things, it's going to go to Mr. Cunningham. Y'all don't see anything wrong with this? It's things like this that the General Assembly is supposed to be talking about and inquiring of to get to the bottom. What's taking place here? What's going on? What else do we not know? Let's continue. Jola Violante, good evening. Hello, hello. I'm not mad, I'm happy. Mr. Truesdale, good to see you, man. um, I'm not mad, I'm happy. They kept Madison there so E. Madison could keep receiving funds. It was also said that his doctor told her not to take him to Miami because the trip would kill him. When he came back, he died. Oh, boy. See, these timelines can show a lot of things. We've had other individuals who have also shared information about things that Mr. Madison should not have done in his condition. And we all saw for ourselves certain things whenever he was present in his later years, and many hearts went out. But when you're looking at things in situations like that, once again, that's the very reason why there's a law there about the incompetence of a bishop. They need to be pulled out and replaced, period. You don't keep people, this should be a red flag, in a position that's obviously detrimental to their health. But yet, and what's going on while he's still, right? Money, money. And for the first time in the history of House of Prayer, you would have had a bishop that was removed for his health. And how would that fly for the people over here in the religious activity who believes that this man is the servant of the Most High, who had to be removed because of a health issue? That's why he was kept there. Because people who have all this stuff, they cannot allow for certain things to come out to the members, because the members need to believe. And the members need to believe so that the members can keep on giving. Ah, unfortunate. Thank you. I'm not mad, I'm happy. Um, and y'all heard that clip when he said tonight, I'm not upset. This is just my message tonight. No, we already know. Anyway, I'm not upset, I'm happy, is what he said earlier. Um, Darlene says, Cunningham wants to reign forever as the supreme leader. Absolutely, he does. Yes, yes. And this is quite obvious. Yes, absolutely, he does. Absolutely. Um, Thank you for that comment. Dwayne, hello, everyone. And my brother, Lewis, hello, sir. Hello, good to see you again. Um, Janine, well, let's clean up this mess and put Brother Lewis in office as bishop and make this thing right. I would vote for you to be bishop. I'm not looking to be bishop. I'm not trying to be bishop. I did say when I was asked several times, would I? And I said, yes, I would. But I would be bishop so I can stop all of this nonsense that's been going on for all these years. And I would also be bishop in order to prevent anybody else from being the bishop who more than likely is just going to continue doing all this other stuff that other bishops have done. So, yeah, if I were, I'm telling you all now, I would be doing everything in my power to fix everything, finalize everything, conclude everything, straighten everything out. Not, we wouldn't have no issues whatsoever, and everything would be transparent. There ain't going to be no taking, no stealing, no whatever. The people would be in charge. I'm not running for office. I'm not telling y'all I want anything. I left the organization for 3.5 years because I was fed up with the leaders who was lying and doing everything they can behind closed doors. And had I stayed here, I was afraid of what I was going to end up doing to certain people. That's why I left. I ain't say nothing to nobody at that time. And I had a bunch of things, as you all see now, that I could have said to blow this whole thing out of the water. And I didn't do it. And when I left, I could have just went downtown and filed paperwork and cleaned this organization out because of all the things that I know and the things that's been done to me and against me. But I didn't. I was indoctrinated still. And when I came back, it was to introduce my wife to the organization. And we got right back into the habit of doing what I was doing before for her sake, to learn, learn, learn. So much so that for 3 years straight, I'm nominated as a delegate. What changed? The knowledge of Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Bailey knowing that I'm coming after you. I see what y'all did last year to the Constitution, and now I know that the bishop is involved. I was trying to save Mr. Bailey because I thought Mr. Cunningham was setting him up So my intent was to save him. I told my pastor at the time, Mr. Forney of Mooresville. I told Mr. Rodney of Huntersville in a meeting where I jumped all over you for disrespecting the members in that house meeting that we had in Mooresville, talking to senior citizens, old ladies telling them they need to stand up when they talk to you, show some respect. That day, I told you then that everything I was doing was to try to help save Mr. Bailey. You apologized to me 3 times in that meeting, even asked me if I mind you taking this information forward so that you can present it. Absolutely, go ahead. I don't need no credit for anything. So impressed, knowing that I know this law better than anybody in here. Those are your words. Anyway, there's certain people who know I was trying to help Mr. Bailey, even when it came to the lies about the taxes in the House of Prayer. My last year in the military, I was trained after an injury to serve as a tax representative doing the taxes of the military personnel and the officers for my last year. I understand the tax codes. I understand the rules of the IRS. I was trained by the government, became the #1 tax rep in Virginia, Norfolk Naval Base. Looking at the things in the House of Prayer, I could tell you a lot. We had things set up in here, people taking advantage. So my point is this. Um, I wasn't trying then to become anything. When I came back, I wasn't trying to be anything. But y'all didn't stop. And now that I see what my wife found, I now know the bishop's involved. So we got to do something to fix this. That's what this is. Ever since that date, Mr. Cunningham has been adamant about seeing to it that I'm not back in there. And you were adamant about making sure that the organization looked at me as if I have turned on the House of Prayer, as if I brought litigation against the bishop in the House of Prayer, lying on the House of Prayer, trying to destroy the House of Prayer. All these lies that you have told have been documented. All these pastors and the lies that they've told is documented. And you should know by now that all this documentation just means evidence against you for further defrauding and manipulating and deceiving the members of a nonprofit just to keep you in power and all these men working with you. Ooh. Delegates, you had better secure your future by doing what I'm going to show you the law says your responsibility is. Because if you don't, you may regret standing up and supporting Mr. Cunningham. So stay tuned. Dwayne says all were crooks. Thank you, Janine. Dwayne says all were crooks. Frankie House. That's the only way I will return to the House of Prayer if Brother Lewis become the bishop. Listen, again, I thank you all, but I'm not trying to be anything. I'm trying to, when we first had the online meeting, organization-wide online meeting, many people thought that we were going to have an election for bishop that night. But to everybody's surprise, what did we do? We had an election for a board of directors because at that time, I was not aware of yet some information that I needed to know at that time. So then we fixed our error and we called the people, instead of a board of directors, we changed the name to a constitutional revision and reform Committee. Wait a minute. No, I just mixed up the names. Constitutional Review and Governance Committee. Constitutional Review and Governance Committee is what we called ourselves. Constitutional Revision Committee is what Mr. Cunningham was on. So, um, thank you, but all we want to do is clean up, get everything in line with the laws of the land, so that we can do what we need to do, supposed to have been doing from the jump, for the people, for the members, inside, eventually outside, everything in line with the law, with full transparency, no issues, no hiding, no criminal activity, nobody needing to elevate and exalt people and all this stuff, no waves that you got to believe. Listen, all this stuff, all this stuff, we now see the dangers in this because the things are out in the open. And now, instead of acknowledging all of this evidence, he's running around just ignoring it as if the members are just blind. If you ignore it, it'll go away. Obviously, it's not. Um, Become the vision and do God's will on the earth and save the U house of prayer. But thank you, Frankie. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'm not looking for anything. The same thing we talked about for the videos. People asked about sending donations in. We're not asking for anything. We're not looking for anything. This is his battle, and he knows what he's doing. But thank you. I appreciate you all. Janine, me too, Frankie. Um, uh, Thank you again. The Lives of Him and Her. Welcome, everyone. Glad you're here tonight. Please hit thumbs up, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated. Email address, we stand for right2024@gmail.com. And again, thank you again, The Lives of Him and Her. Miss Mintz, we've never even heard or seen Jesus, so how can we even say when we see or hear the cunning one that we see or hear Jesus? Yeah, that's the thing. He's just planting seeds in people's minds to say, um, look at him. And when you do, that's our Savior. So if that's the case, then when the General Assembly comes, we don't need to do anything because no. He even said when you fight him, you're fighting Jesus. Those are his exact words. Why? He's planting seeds in the minds of the people. I need to do something. I need to do something. That's why he's going to all these houses. He's blaming it on the Northern Tour, Midwest Tour, Southern Tour. The Northern Tour that Mr. Bailey took, he didn't go to every single location in that area. Mr. Cunningham is finding reasons to stay away from DC. Mr. Cunningham doing everything he can. He's stopping at stops that we don't even have. Y'all need to pay attention. Pay close attention. And to not make mention of any of these things that we're putting out about the laws, about the rules, about the organization's literature, about the indoctrination in the Sunday school books, about the lies in these so-called epistles coming from bishops, about paperwork that's fraudulent, claiming to have board of directors all around the house of prayers where the bishop is the treasurer, all these trustees all over the place that we didn't know anything about until we find here. Here's an article, a recommendation to change the word trustee. Why? So to be consistent with the position of the bishop as the sole trustee. Now, anybody, go online, research for yourself, and ask, is it advisable by anybody for a nonprofit organization that's worth more than $1 million, just $1 million, if it's advisable for that nonprofit to be under the organization of a sole trustee, if that's advisable. And we know we don't have no $1 million assets. We know that we don't have hundreds of millions. We know it's way more than that. And if it's not advised to have a sole trustee, one person that makes all the decisions for $1 million company, why would we want to have a sole trustee for this huge nationwide organization? It's obviously a red flag. And that's the one reason why Mr. Cunningham said we don't need no people in a communal deciding anything for us, having votes. He knows that that sole trustee is on the line. He knows, he can feel it now that the members of the House of Prayer are becoming aware and educated and knowledgeable about all of this stuff that's been done behind our backs, behind closed doors, and in secret, in the dark. We're not building houses of prayers. Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Bailey been building complexes. They've been building apartments and houses and shopping centers and business offices and retail shopping plazas. Where's all the houses of prayers that they say they're building? And why is it that money is not going into the maintenance of the houses of prayers or the apartments and the complexes? I'm telling y'all, pay attention. And all this money being mailed out in the different places and nobody tracking anything, zero accountability. Okay. The number one rule in parliamentary procedure is that only one motion can be considered at a time. Yes. Thank you, Liza Pimmer. Yes. Number one rule. One motion at a time. One thing at a time on the floor. Ms. Mintz, one motion at a time. We will be in that meeting for several days, LOL. No, depending on the motion. But the thing is, when it comes to taking care of business, you're there until the business is done. We certainly don't go into a meeting for an organization of this size only for people to sit there and watch general councilman elect somebody who's on the inside, sliding things through the General Assembly, claiming that the people voted on it and that the people knew about it and that the people deliberated and that the people approved after they liked what they heard. How did you have a vote, Mr. Cunningham, for the people to approve of 47 changes to the Constitution, amendments, and they had no idea what the amendments were? They had no idea when they read it out loud what the change is for. People, this is all obviously a scam. In my opinion, outside is going to conclude that if and when they come in. But absolutely, Ms. Mintz. Frankie says, did he sound like this when he was an apostle? Because he sounds so angry as a bishop, just yelling and yelling and yelling. His voice is so annoying. That was after I played the recording about John, James, and Peter up on the Mount of Transfiguration in the 17th chapter of Matthew. But you have to understand, he was angry at that time because I was putting out videos. Me and my wife, we were having these conversations and sharing different conversations with individuals that we were interviewing, right? People coming on the channel. We have guests and we have somebody getting ready to come on later this week, maybe two. But the thing is, he was angry because of this, because new information is coming out and people are listening. People are listening. This is why, when you look around the organization, there's a lot of people that's not there. Again, Thank you, Miss Mintz, says Frankie. Not sure, but he's been barking quite a bit lately. Absolutely, he has. I'm going to read through these so we can close out. Absolutely, he has. Frankie says, you're right about that, Mintz. This Mintz, a nonprofit cannot exempt a leader from accountability. Absolutely correct. A nonprofit cannot exempt the leader from accountability. Miss Mintz, Lord Rodriguez is correct. Oh, yes, we all should know our role. Yes, starting with the cunning one, who should stay in the child's place because he is certainly not the father. Right, we're all children of the father, and he should stay in the child's place. He claims to be a child of our father. Absolutely, Miss Mintz. Absolutely. Dwayne, look at the truth. Listening to what we were saying before. Wow, look at the truth. Right, Miss Mintz. OMG, are you serious? That came from some of the paperwork that I was showing earlier and looking at the different P.O. boxes and the different accounts and monies being mailed to Portal Drive but going to different people. And then I talked about the receipts, the check receipts, how we got to pay money back to the organization after the CEO released money for us to have a lease. All kinds of things that people just don't know is going on, which is why we need to have this brought to a close so that the people can get the organization back under control. Um, Ms. Mintz, Lord God, I'm so happy I stopped paying tithes to these people. I'm floored. Yeah, that came from seeing in the Are You Aware personal tithes went to Mr. C.M. Bailey and personal gifts. Been telling you all, I'm telling you all. Now you're seeing. Um, Dwayne, thank you, Brother Lewis, for the truth. We thank our Father. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. All of this needed to happen to make us aware of 100 years worth of trickery, of nonsense, of theft, and all kinds of other things that we knew nothing about. Frankie said, the truth will set you free. B. Mebderman, yes. Uh, ADD pulled the strings when Madison fell ill. They covered up her leadership because it doesn't fit their views on women at the forefront. A lot of people said this. A lot of people said that she was running things because they could see that Mr. Madison was going through it. He wasn't always here, especially after he said he's Mr. Grace. People knew that wasn't a put on, and he sounded just like him. We talked about this before. And they had to get him to go sit down because he kept right on, kept right on, kept right on. Um, and there's other times when Miss Madison had to pull his coattail and whisper in his ear, right? We saw. Mm-mm. Dwayne says these people need to be jailed. Well, again, you know, outside to come and determine um, which way things will go later. Um, it may happen before the General Assembly. If it does, then our hands will kind of be tied. Okay. Um, I'm saying we don't want that because y'all just don't know what outside is going to do. It's a chance that we take. But I went outside because I didn't think myself people are going to do anything inside. Last year showed us a lot. Um, but now I understand that last year may have been prevented by our Father because look at all this information that we now know since last year that we would not have even known about. So he knows what he's doing. I don't hold anyone personally at fault for the fact that we still have not gotten this done yet. I see his hand is all in this. Um, Janine says, let the truth be told. Absolutely. 100%. Romans 818, Doctrine of Demons. Yes, yes, it is. Grateful for it all. This is a movement. Get on board or step aside because we're pressing forward, period. Yeah. People all over are behind what we're doing. A lot of people are still silent because certain people are still in positions. So they're not coming out yet. They're not wanting to be seen. And they need to stay put for now. Absolutely, though. Um, Ms. Mintz, if the 2026 delegates don't march in that General Assembly and handle business, then shame on them. Uh, we're going to talk about this some more later on. Again, we're going to show everyone what the law says about responsibilities. I don't want you to just take my word for it. We're going to talk about all these things. I said a mouthful tonight, but each and every one of these videos is going to have quite a bit in it for you all to understand the severity of what we should have been doing every year anyway in the General Assembly. So stay tuned. Um, Frankie Houses, God is speaking. With all this stuff coming out, this information, yeah, he's doing what we need because he said, Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. We're not them, but we're as they were with a lack of knowledge. We've been allowing ourselves to be destroyed by oppressors that we've been trusting in, and they're destroying us that we don't even know. We're not even aware. Uh, Dwayne says these men need to pay. Again, outside, right, will determine a lot of these things. Black diamonds. Let us hope that the 2026 delegates of the General Assembly are watching these videos. There are several, I will tell you, watching the videos. The council is watching. Mr. Cunningham is watching. Many of the delegates are also watching, just so that you all know. Um, Dwayne says, yes. Black Diamonds, Dwayne, I apologize for not returning your calls. Okay. And I'm sure, Dwayne, you'll be hearing from him pretty soon. B. Mebderman, Mr. Cunningham takes his orders from uh, Miss Dolores. It is very much possible. We know that she was the one that had a great deal in selecting him and assisting him to be put into the seat, as well as his rise in the organization, being named right as a head judge or being referred to have him nominated and then elected as the General Assembly Secretary, as well as the senior minister, right? That's the one. And then um, I'm trying to remember the conversation about him being sent to DC from Greensboro. I don't want to give any wrong information, but I know that Mr. Bailey said that he was having conversation with Miss Dolores about a lot of different things. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that was one of them. Um, in fact, it was one of them. I think she said that he makes a good choice, and that was about being senior minister. Um, and then Mr. Gibbs got up to give a speech, and I think it was Charlotte about a conversation. Anyway, his all these people had a hand in trying to make him look good, is my point. So that the people in their minds, it looks like, okay, well, this is the one being groomed to be next. He just took that and ran with it and set everything up. So we showed the videos proving that as well. In my opinion, the lies of him and her. Hello to everyone. Brother Lewis is speaking truth and facts tonight. Please subscribe and thumbs up the video. Thank you for supporting the channel. Wake up, members. Thank you again, the lives of him and her. Again, I appreciate everything that you're doing as well with us and for us. Dwayne, speak, Brother Lewis. Romans 8:18, itching ears. Yes, absolutely. Black Diamonds, question is the IRS and government regulation the agencies can track. We talked about this earlier. Miss Mintz, my thought is there a different P.O. boxes because each P.O. box is associated with a different trustee account. Just a thought. And it certainly does look like it. It looks like each P.O. box is linked to something else where the money is rerouted. That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like it's a different P.O. box because somebody else is to pick up those checks because they know what to do with those checks that were sent for this specific reason. And it's going to go a different direction. And money for this is going to go in a different direction. Money for this is going to go in a different direction. Money for this is going to go in a different direction because you got different people handling it. And this is why I believe in Portal Drive is the exact same thing. Money sent Portal Drive, Portal Drive, Portal Drive, Portal Drive. But this goes to Miss Cunningham. This goes to Miss Brenda Hall. This goes to E.L. Thompson. This goes to Mr. Thomas. This goes to Adam McGahee. Because each one has their own specific thing that they know to do with that particular money. And this, I'm sure, more than likely was set up by Miss Madison, who's been at the top of all this for quite some time. So, yes, Miss is what it looks like. According to Shay, wrong is wrong. And I'm sure she said this when I talked about my family members or my friends or any of my associates. I don't care who you are. I don't care how much I love you. I don't care. If you do something wrong, you break laws, and I find out about it, you don't have to worry about me covering for you. I'm not going to cover for you. Period. You shouldn't be breaking the laws. Period. The laws are meant to protect the people in society. That's what they're there for. Case in point, if there's somebody that I know who smokes something or drinks something or shoots something or whatever the case may be, and you're out driving all the time in this condition, or operating heavy equipment, how much of a danger are you to society if you're operating heavy equipment inside downtown of an inner city? How many lives may possibly be affected and impacted by a slight accident caused by you, a little teeny tiny movement, but you hit a button and that button operates a lever on a great big old piece of machine that lifts up like this, and a cable breaks because whatever is holding it hits something else that's lodged against it, and now the cable breaks, and now that thing falls and it ricochets off a building, and then it ricochets off another building, and it hits something else, and now you have all this debris falling from the sky, and you got all these people down here on the sidewalk, not to mention people inside the buildings. My point is, one little teeny tiny accident from an individual doing something that they shouldn't have been doing in the first place, that's only doing it regularly because I neglect to report them or to stop them. Now you have all these lives that's been injured or hurt or even taken because I failed to stop someone who's a danger not only to their self but to everybody else around them. Worse yet, what if I'm the one on the sidewalk not knowing that day that they were working, and now all this stuff is falling on me? Or if I know about it and I'm the one get put in jail because I didn't say anything. That's why there's such a crime called accessory to commit a crime. You don't have to commit a crime to go to jail and be penalized. You can know about it and did nothing about it. This is what I'm saying, people. You're going to learn quite a bit with these videos. So, yeah, these different P.O. boxes aren't there for nothing. The different names on these different checks going to Portal Drive, not there for nothing. And the whole time they've been putting this information right in front of our faces. But the members didn't know what to look for. Wrong is wrong. Absolutely, according to Shay. Black Diamonds, Miss Minsk, can the IRS track the trustee account? Just asking. The lies of him and her. I'm sure the IRS can. I'm sure they can. The lies of him and her. We invite you to join our community by following the Reformation and Governance Committee on TikTok. And the link is right there to follow the TikTok videos. Dwayne said, these men are crooks. Be men all day long. Yeah, it's been going on for a while. Frankie House, they need to do background checks on these thieves. Miss Mintz at Black Diamonds, I'm confident the answer to this question is yes. If the trust account has an EIN number, that's how the IRS can track it. All right. Dwayne says, reclaim my time back. I reclaim my time back. Right there is my point. Yes. People are learning. People learning. And it's just this easy, right? So, Miss Mintz, if you write a check to AD, he can just cash it scot free. He can take whatever amount and deposit whatever he feels like. People paying attention. Just saying. For the members to not know what's going on in this great, big, gigantic organization, it is a shame. Miss Mintz, they've turned the house of prayer into a den of thieves. Exactly what was said by our Savior. Black Diamonds question, shout bans should not be in a general assembly. Reason may cause a distraction within the time and order of the meeting. Shout bans should never be in any meeting at all, unless the meeting is the shout ban meeting. No meeting should have entertainment in it. It takes away from the business at hand. No meeting should have entertainment, right? And we've had shout bans inside of the General Assembly. What is that telling you? It is all a distraction, cause for the people to come and not do anything at all. We just want you to believe that you're getting stuff done. Very good point, Black Diamonds. Golden Boy, they're going to call him Aldino. A lot of people, they're not liking this. People are letting go of the things that they believed in with these men. More and more they finding out about this stuff that's been going on. And I'm telling you all, we just skimming the surface. There's so much I have not told you, but I can't tell you everything because I know that you won't believe it. There's people still texting and calling right now who don't believe the facts in front of them. You got government stamped documents where bishops have lied. We know they've lied on paper to governmental offices, and people still saying that I'm making the stuff up. I can't tell you everything. It'll have to come out in the rinse if it doesn't come out in the wash. Somebody very close to us told us that. Mamas, meaning female judges whose power he has to yield to. Oh, I thought you were saying, Golden Boy, I thought he was saying that the mama, being Miss Madison, would have to say, yes, Your Honor, to the judge in court. But his clarification is, no, not talking about her being mama, talking about if there's a female judge over the bishops of the house of prayer, he would have to call her mama by saying, yes, Your Honor, meaning she has authority and power over him, is what they're saying. This is a good point, Golden Boy. I didn't think about that. Absolutely. Yes, Your Honor. Golden Boy says, when you're at their mercy, they are your mama and your daddy. Yes, they are. Oh, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. This is only about 30 seconds long, but listen to this. Listen to this nonsense. This was actually said um, this past Sunday in Philadelphia. Listen to this.
Yes, sir. In birth until Christ be formed in you. Yes, sir. I'm travailing you. Yes, sir. I mean, I'm carrying you. Yes, sir. So you can say Happy Mother's Day, Daddy. Happy Mother's Day, Daddy. Let somebody say Happy Mother's Day, Daddy. Hallelujah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are our mother. Yes, sir. Precious Daddy. But for our Mother's Day.
Oh, you cannot make this stuff up. Why did he tell them that? Because he wants the money. For people to start raising Mother's Day love gift for the bishop. He used something that Paul said, I have travailed to get the people to see him. Well, yeah, I've travailed as a mother would in delivery, giving birth. So you can say, Happy Mother's Day, Daddy. Done for the money. And in prime fashion, the men around the top, these chairmen and district chairmen and pastors, chum right in with the members. That's right, y'all. Say, Happy Mother's Day, Daddy. I think that was Mr. Taylor. I think. But I know Mr. Jones, Jimmy Jones, he saying a lot of, listen, I'm going to go on so we can close out. But listening to the things that they're saying is just, they're reaching, they're trying so hard because they're feeling what's going on. Members are not with all this. Anyway, Jay Banga says, was Jesus not healing by the hundreds, even thousands when he was walking and teaching? If you're carrying the work of Jesus, you should be able to heal the whole kingdom 3 times over because of Christ's Spirit. You would think, Jay, you would think. But he talking about, I can heal y'all with that. I can heal y'all with that. But you got to believe, or that. But you got to believe. And bring your babies up for the grannies so I can bless them too. Right? March around the walls to get a blessing. Get G class to get a blessing. Get in the club, Addie's Club, to get a blessing. Give me love gift to get a blessing. Don't forget your blessed products to get your blessings, but they're going to cost you $4 for some, $3.25 for other products, maybe $4.75 for other products. Blessings, 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 blessings for sale, for sale, for sale. The blessed products are at a cost. Y'all remember the bottles back in the day where the labels would slide off and you can see the label of the real product that they bought that we get from the grocery store, Pompeii? They took the labels off and put on the House of Prayer label. This is marketing fraud. People, we got to get to the bottom of this. But blessings for sale. The only thing they have not sold yet is the blessed water from from the baptisms that they fill up from the garden hose. And I'm sure if they can figure out a way to sell that, it's just a matter of time, people, before y'all buying blessed water. Anyway, let's continue. But yeah, Banga, you would expect if he has his spirit, you would expect, but none of that, because of course he doesn't have it. Of course, and thank you for bringing up that point. Absolutely, for people to understand this. Golden Boy, new trustees, all the people accepting payment. It's possible. It's anything's possible because we don't know what's going on. So literally anything is possible. Um, B. Mevdeman, Pastor, you're overqualified. My thoughts and my opinion. Thank you. I appreciate it. But again, once again, uh, listen, we just want right to be right and accountability to hold everybody accountable for what it is that they are supposed to be doing, as well as holding them accountable for what they're not supposed to be doing, right? And bring everything into transparency for the members of the organization, for the members of the public, and for the members of the governmental bodies. Um, Sabrina says he's intimidated by you and all the others. Um, I've said in other videos that there's times when we've seen and other people saw that, I walked in different rooms and individuals would turn around and walk out, act like they're on their phone. Um, Today, I'm sure they're upset and offended by many different reasons. But anybody who's going to stand up for what's right, I'm sure people who's doing wrong, supporting wrong, or standing up for what's wrong, I'm sure that they're going to feel some type of way when they enter into a room. After all, uh, darkness and light cannot stand together. And this is where the scripture comes in, where it says, how can two walk together except they be agreed? Except they agree. When light turns on, darkness runs. So people who stand up, yeah, a lot of people, if you're not doing what's right, it'll show up. Um, but thank you for that. And Ms. Green says, hello, everyone. I'm late. Well, just call me after you're live if you feel up to it, or in the morning. Will do. I'll call you right after. HBCU, any advice for visiting the House of Prayer for the first time relating to the New York City, New Jersey area? Yes, absolutely. Um, Take plenty of notes. Take plenty of notes. Listen attentively to everything. Watch and let take everything in. Don't let anything by. And listen to how the things that should be taking place are not taking place, and pay attention to the things that should not be taking place are taking place. And pay attention to the whoever the leadership is to see what they're doing about it. And this will tell you everything you need to know about that place. So whether it's a house of prayer, whether it's any other place, if you do those things and pay attention to those things and compare it based on what the word says, that'll tell you whether or not that is a place that is standing on the word. We're supposed to stand on the word, nothing else. So one of the things that was told to me when I was in the hospital for 2 days, what I had been doing wrong as I was indoctrinated and telling other people scripture, what the Spirit had revealed to me was that I was not teaching Bible. Now, I didn't know how to take that because I know I was teaching Bible, so I thought. But what the Spirit revealed to me is I was teaching what I found in the Bible. That's not the same thing. I was teaching what I found in the Bible to support what I believed. So now I'm teaching from the Word whatever supports what I believe. And what the Spirit showed me is that's not teaching the Bible. That's not teaching the Word. You're not supposed to use the Word to try to find scriptures to support your beliefs. And then you tell people, see, it says it right here. No, you're not teaching Bible. You're teaching your beliefs. Teaching the Bible means opening it up. Whatever it says, that's what you teach. And whatever it says, that's what you're supposed to believe. So the Spirit condemned me because I wasn't teaching what it says. Therefore, I wasn't believing what it says. So if I'm calling a man daddy, and now not one, but two, three, four, now five, because on all the literature, they call the first one daddy. They call the second one daddy. And then you got a picture with all four men in. They call that picture the four daddies. They didn't call that picture the four bishops. They called it the four daddies. And if daddy was a reference to the Spirit, then why is it that we don't just say daddy and leave it at that? This is how you know the men were lying. Just like when he says, I call daddy myself. I call him myself whenever I need something. But can you imagine? Do you think Mr. Cunningham is somewhere talking about, Daddy Cunningham, I need you? Mr. Cunningham ain't calling no Daddy Cunningham. These are lies. And if daddy is a spirit, where's the scriptures to support that idea that people should be referring to the Spirit of the Most High, also called the Comforter, the Holy Ghost, the Ruach, set apart spirit? When you look at the Christ, where's it at in the scripture that says that we're supposed to refer to that spirit as our Father? That's why Matthew 23:9 is so important, Brother Lewis. You're supposed to be telling them to stop referring to him and start looking to him. So now, all I'm teaching or talking about or professing or claiming is what it says. And everybody else who hear, all you're going to hear is what it says. I'm not interested anymore in what people say or what he say or what we say. All of us are supposed to be talking about and believing what he says. That's where we are. So yes, that's my advice. Pay attention to everything. Everything. Make sure you jot it down. That's how you'll know what they're standing on. But thank you, HBCU. Golden Boy, welcome at Kareem. Welcome. Kareem, Mr. Cunningham had heard from those outside agencies and he's just not saying anything. His behavior tells us this. Yeah, it sounds like very much so that he did get notified and he's doing everything he can to stay outside of DC. But there's some more I can add to that, but it really doesn't make any sense. But stand out. Y'all think about this. I'm telling y'all, he was all over the place, all over the place. And then he's in DC a little bit of time before LA. And they went to LA. And they got back from LA. Boom, back out DC again. Just popping up, popping up, popping up. Popped up in Georgia, popped up in North Carolina, then popped up uh, down in Florida. How are you going to pop up in Florida? And you're going to go there a few weeks later, 3 weeks later? Then popped up in South Carolina, then North Carolina again for anniversaries. It made no sense. And then went back up north, popped up in Connecticut. People, none of this stuff makes any sense other than it looks like he's just trying to stay out of Washington. He went back to DC only for a couple of days, boom, left again. And now he's just all over the place. We've never, if you look at the last several years, you've never seen a bishop on the road this often and this much, scurrying from hop, 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 house of prayer, house of prayer, house of prayer, just any house of prayer in that area. Any. I don't remember any of the bishops going to Camden. We want it when we come to Camden. I just don't remember it. Now, people can come up with their reasons all you want to defend it. But anyway, I digress. Yes, absolutely. His behavior tells us this. Mr. What do you believe? Good to see you. Good to see you. And also, man, just dive in. Anything. Just dive right on in. Sean Brown, why are you so pressed about the house of prayer if you don't attend anymore? Weird behavior. Sean, if you pay attention, you would already know the answer to that question. And if you love anything, then you would want somebody to do something to assist and help those that you love. But I have a question for you. Why would you not want somebody, no matter who, to speak up on behalf of things that's taking place that's bringing hurt, harm, and destruction to masses of people? If you see somebody running into a building and you know that that person is about to start a fire, why would you leave and do nothing and leave the building and everybody there in it to deal with this person that you saw? Not witnessing, not seeing if anybody else saw them, but you saw them. Why would you leave and do nothing? That says a lot about you if you're willing to do that. So I applaud anybody, including you, who's willing to stand up for what's right, to speak against whatever's wrong, and bring attention to people who's been hiding under the radar if it's going to help the people that they're taking advantage of, to get them to stand up and stop being taken advantage of. We have families all over the place that's hungry because they're putting everything in here while thieves are taking it. We have families all over the place that's going without while multimillionaires have their hand out begging. We are quick to look at somebody at a stoplight who has a a sign hanging from their neck that they drew on a piece of cardboard paper. Hungry, please help. Dirty clothes, obviously, they've been out there for a while. We're willing to pass by them. No, no, man, no, I ain't got nothing for you. But we're willing to give our money to multimillionaires who's driving up in front of us while we're walking or taking an Uber or a city bus or a subway or asking for rides from other people or while we even driving our own car, our $20,000 car that we're making payments on, or our car that needs work. But we're willing to give these multimillionaires $2,000, knowing we don't have it. We're going to work hard, though. We're going to sell some things so we can get it. I can show you a letter right now. Right here. New Bedford, Massachusetts, November the 3rd, 1946. My dear children, this is to caution you concerning your convocation rallies and reports. Now, a lot of members in the House of Prayer did not know that Mr. Grace was the one that started convocation rallies. The G class rallies, it just wasn't called G class, it was called convocation rallies and reports. It says, look right here. The people everywhere are mad. Mad. I mean, fighting mad concerning victory. They have determined to win this year if they have to pawn or sell to do so. They're working hard. Already, I have begun to receive convocation reports. Now, do you think that people were telling Mr. Grace that they're out there pawning stuff from their homes? Or was he planting the thought in their mind? If you don't have it, go and pawn some stuff. When you pawn things, that means you're giving it and you're only going to get a little teeny tiny bit of money for it. But then you need to pay that money back in a specific amount of time for you to get it back, to redeem it. But I'm sure a lot of our members lost it because they probably didn't have the money to go back and redeem it. When you have people like that, I can show you another letter where he's asking the members to send $10,000 to Cuba to help repair a mansion that he had there. He told the adults to give $3 each. Back then, $3 was a whole lot of money to repair a mansion that those members are never going to see, that they're never going to live in. And what you're saying is that people shouldn't be saying anything about this type of behavior, and people who don't know it, just let them keep on giving their money and going without. No, Sean, we know better than that. We know better than that. And the thing is, Sean, that when we get to Judgment Day, Every single one of us are going to be judged on not only the things that we did, but on the things that we sat back and watched others do. So I encourage you to join in with us, if anything. Help us, because this types of behavior, it hurts you too. Um, I could have sworn that God said he wasn't the author of confusion, correct? Absolutely, 100%. 100%, which is why I'm doing it. Because in the organization that we claim we have the only holy anointed manservant, in this organization, there's nothing but confusion. And in the scripture, our Father told the people what he wanted them to do whenever you see wrongdoing. He didn't say stand idly by and let it happen. So you should be joining in. Golden Boy, wow, that's Kareem. You have to pay for the bottle if you don't have your own. Oh, that's right. You're talking about baptism. Whoa, I forgot about that. Even though you're not buying the water, the baptism water, you're still paying for the bottle. If you don't have a bottle, they're now selling bottles at the baptism. And I mean the general council selling bottles that you can use to get blessed water. They're now selling the bottles. I forgot all about that. Wow. Okay. Um, Golden Boy, Sean Brown, why are you concerned about their wrongdoing? Why are you concerned about their wrongdoings? He answered this question because we're tax paying American citizens. We have every right to check any tax exempt entity and check them. Absolutely, Golden Boy. Um, why are you not, is the correction. What does it take for you to get it? Or will you believe their lies intently? Um, at Golden Boy, Sean Brown, everyone here are members. You're not, when y'all defend him, people are already upset at the things that they see. I'm out here with a few others telling everybody don't do anything when you get upset. Just take the information in and know that this is what's been going on so that we can do something to fix it, so we can do something about it. As far as people defending it, we understand. We know a whole lot of people are going to defend it because you're indoctrinated. We get it. But when all this stuff is said and done, then what are you going to say? When these pastors and evangelists go to prison, how many people are defending them when they find out that they've stolen, that they've robbed, that they've cheated, that they've swindled, that they've embezzled, that they messed around with all the women or the men? And even if you do support that type of behavior, then my last warning to you is to stand by in the beginning of this. I think I might have said it too, but if that happens, then stand by in judgment because it's not going to be pretty. And we're trying to do what we can to get in to the gate. Um, Golden Boy says, trying to soften the blow, but putting you in the know. Um, we're not against you. We're not against anybody. In fact, we welcome. This is live, so we welcome anyone and everyone. Anything you want to say. But our hope is that you actually hear us, and that you actually look at the information. That's why, again, live is perfect because we can't cover a bunch of stuff up. And the door is wide open for anyone. We've invited Mr. Cunningham to come and speak for himself. We've invited Mr. Cunningham to show evidence that certain things are not true. Miss Madison, any of the general counsel. But see, people like you, they're not looking at nothing at all that they're doing. You're not looking at the fact that they're quiet. You're not looking at the fact that they're not saying that they didn't do these things. They're saying nothing. And to continue doing what they're doing makes it so much worse. So we will continue because for over 15 years, I kept this silent, trying to go to them one on one while I was ignored and pushed aside. Okay, now here we are. Because besides not hearing me, you wanted to try to turn the organization. You didn't try, you did turn the organization against me. While people thinking that I'm a liar, I'm Satan in disguise, all kinds of whatever. No big deal. I still have my Father and the Savior. But now it's time to bring all this up and make the people aware. So that's what we're doing. And Sean, I hope you seriously consider what it is that you're listening to tonight. Go back and hear all of it so that you can see what's been done to you. And if you're family members or members of House of Prayer, so you can see what's been done to them too. Because if you pay attention and see, I guarantee you it's going to upset you about the things that you didn't know was going on. So anyway, that's my spiel. Um, thank you all for joining in with us tonight. Thank you for checking in. And we will have some more for you on tomorrow if it's our Father's will. We hope you enjoy the remainder of your evening as well as have a wonderful, wonderful night. And until the next time, take care, everyone. And we hope to see you in the next video. Have a good one and take care. Bye bye.